Hello, hello. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Good day to everybody. How's it going? Shining Shadow, Hawkeye, Steeled Skin, Mr. Baconudo, Johnny Driftless, Rydersh Korajek, Spider Monkey. Hey there, Sparrow, Steeled Skin, Ivy Blade, Leisu. The real Napster lives, hello. Hey there, hippity hip hooray. Byronium. I was just playing some Elden Ring before stream, just squeezing it in an hour here or there where I have moments, and am more hopelessly addicted the more I play. It's been a game that's exceedingly good so far at hiding its own scope from me in a delightful way. And as I discover that there's more and more and more yet to do, I get more and more intrigued. Hey there, Spirix, Prankster, and everybody else who I might have missed with hellos. I didn't exactly have a build in mind when I went into Elden Ring necessarily. I knew that I wanted to invest in a particular stat. I wanted to invest in dexterity for this playthrough. And for the most part, I actually don't feel like that's paid off for me really well. But I think that's mostly because I don't know where to get the items that that go with that particular investment. Hey there, Queen of Bithynia. But for first playthrough, I kind of level everything a little bit. And stay flexible, because I want to be able to try out so many of the different things that I'm discovering. If you're struggling like mad, don't feel too bad. I think that's a pretty normal experience, especially if it's your first Souls-like title. One fairly generic piece of advice I can give that can definitely help quite a bit is that you should level... Yeah, you can always respec later, one, if you don't like your stats. You can reallocate those once you've done a certain thing. But do not neglect the vitality stat, especially early on. Your starting health bar is pitifully small, and if you do not level your health, it will stay that way, and you will suffer from instant death at so many different turns because enemies are killing you with their damage outright. But a leveled vitality stat goes a long way. One more time, right? Yeah, not having enough human time to play and to your full satisfaction is real. Same problem Skyrim had, for sure. It's like, how do I maintain the barest image, a faint semblance of a normal human life, while also the video game happen? But playing blind to the mechanics and items is definitely an added layer of extra challenge. And if you're really, really struggling, getting some help with character building is not a bad idea. As with almost any title, a magic-oriented character is probably going to be easier overall. I have also personally found that weapon arts, the Ashes of War system that Elden Ring added, is a exceedingly powerful mechanic if utilized properly. Put in short, if you're not putting your blue meter to work, those focus points, then you're not going to be getting the full power out of your character. So no matter what your build, you should have something that's consuming that focus point resource. Oh, are you asking the name of the merchant in Slay the Spire, Valor Desert Fox? I do not believe the merchant has a name. There is the item Lee's Waffle. Where is it? Compendium Relic Collection. Shop Relics. This. Lee's Waffle. Tastiest treat you will find in all the Spire, baked today just for you. But I don't think that's the name of the merchant. Merchant wears the smiling mask, which saith... This mask worn by the merchant. I don't think they're ever really given a name. And actually, kind of related to what we just did here, another general piece of advice if you're unsure of all of the stuff going on in Elden Ring and you're playing it for the first time, reading the description of various items that drop, whether they be key items, sometimes just random weapons, spells, and bringing up the full extended description can often reveal mechanic tutorials or world direction instructions or a reminder about something that somebody told you to do, or interesting little bits of lore in general. There's a lot to be found by a contemplative and exhaustive reading of all of the different items in that game. Really quick example, fairly early in the game, there is a medallion split into two halves. You may find either half first, but reading the description of the medallion half that you have will give you a hint as to the location of the other half. And many other such things that are similar. Pretty cool. And I really like how well written it all is. Game that's always taking itself rather with almost total seriousness, yet somehow manages to find odd comedic moments here and there. That's right, the merchant in Act 4 says, "I used to be like you." Perhaps he was trapped in the resurrection cycle by Niall. Perhaps he found the only way to break the cycle. Was to sell to the others. Finn Gray, thank you so much for 22 months. It's interesting, Jasper Larvitar, that particular mechanic, I found that I often, when I was struck on horseback, I would get knocked off the horse from stagger damage, which does not cost a flask to recover your steed if you were dismounted in this fashion, if the horse isn't outright killed. And so it wasn't until like 40 hours in that I even saw the notification for the first time of like, do you want to use a flask charge to get it back? Wait, what? Maybe I need to learn how to get the horse to take the hit more often. Just use it as a big meat shield. But in general, I don't like the mounted combat too much. Or I don't like fighting from horseback too much, as you don't have the same... It's not quite as polished feeling, I guess I would say. That said, it's actually remarkably well done, mounted combat. Better than I would have ever expected. But my one, I think, biggest gripe is that if you take damage while riding Torrent, Torrent will flinch backwards. Even if you were facing away from the source of damage. So if you are facing away from an enemy that hits you behind, Torrent will flinch backwards into the enemy, and you'll get hit by the second hit as well, because you're moving towards the enemy with each strike. It's my only real huge complaint, I think. Otherwise, it's implemented really well, very smoothly. Anywho, enough about Elden Ring. Let's play some Slay the Spire, the game we're all here to gather and partake in our ritual of deck building roguelite, our challenge to ourselves. Can we slay this spire 100 times with every character this year? And during the month of March, can we do it by swapping our starting relic for a random boss relic on every run? I'd say we sure can, as long as I keep getting Snecko Eyes and Runic Pyramids to start. What mods do I use to make that happen so often? Believe it or not, I was born like this. It's just how life happens to me all the time. That's why I started streaming. Have we had any busted crown starts yet? Not yet. But I'm sure we will at some point. I'm hoping we see one soon. That's a big if. Can't imagine that will happen, Anasbana, that a fifth character would suddenly be added. We've got no expectation whatsoever for new content. That said, in this strained hypothetical, I guess I would have to catch up. It would have to be 500 heart kills during the year. And I would have to do just like 50 runs in a row with the new character. Good luck to me. So, with a Snecko start, I don't think we want to be careening into elites too early. Although I do like these two. These are no-nos. Let's mark those in red. And mark the elites that I want to beat in green. These two or these two. Both have a shop beforehand, which I appreciate. If I want to get 2 rest sites... Can't go here. We get 1, 2 rest sites. Oh, it's actually double shop. Is that a bad thing? This early, it might be. But the additional rest site is beneficial. Total of 4 rest sites here. And oftentimes the idea with the Snecko start especially is to create a small but curated deck. A couple of very high power upgraded cards. And just draw those over and over again, because we have a 7 card draw per turn. And we don't care what our cards normally cost. So, there our intended path will be in green. I think I'll just head up this side path. We get 2 easy relics, 4 upgrades, decent number of card picks. Snecko does want to look at a lot of cards, and actually we're doing that by getting no events at all on this path. Not one singular event. And I'm actually okay with that, truthfully. Events can be upgrades and removals, and maybe sometimes relics and such in Act 1, but nothing that we're really, truly upset by, when we'd rather just look at a lot of cards and get some 2 costs. Give me a Glacier, give me a Doom and Gloom. We also get to look at 2 stores, 2 on-sale cards. We don't have a lot of money to work with, so I'm not 100% certain what we're going to walk away with, but... Snecko Eye loves to look at cards, just generally speaking. Yeah, Sunder. Sunder would be great. What's that? A Subiversary? Gendy, thank you so much for 4 months of sub-support. I can stake my life on Zap Dualcast, or I can just double defend here, play 1 free strike. break the block of this front louse so that I can hopefully kill it next turn. I think that's probably the better play. Could also go Zap Strike, take 3. But my hope is that we can get through this fight without taking any damage. Okay. We take 3 here, but that's not bad. Kind of relying on the random costs of the Snecko Eye. Especially starting with Snecko. Really, Snecko gets to choose what we do on our turn by costing our cards appropriately. And then we just get to play what we've got. Bippity blap. Come on, Sunder. Actually, not bad options here. We will be taking a card, and I think we've got 2 pretty good choices. Cold Snap is a strike that adds a Frost Orb. It's completely fine to put a Cold Snap in. We definitely would appreciate the Frost Source, and even if we don't always get to play it, it's nice to have. Great for the early game, too. Or Skim, which draws more cards. Those cards being random cost, Skim means we get to probably play more cards on that turn. And that can be a really good way to make the deck stronger later by having lots of card draw. Here and now, I think we want the immediate impact that is something like Cold Snap. But Cold Snap itself is not that impactful. Call it a pretty low tier card at the moment, and we don't have a lot of threat for a little bit. So I'm actually going to take the Skim here. I choose the card draw, the longer term play. And heck. Shame that Bias Cog's not on sale. I'd sure love to have it. Might purchase a Leap here for 24 gold. Otherwise, there's nothing really we can do with the current funds available at this otherwise pretty juicy looking shop. I would love Bomb with Snecko. I'd love any of these relics. Well, maybe not the Frozen Eye. And we could buy a card removal, but with another shop coming up, I'll save that possibility for the next shop. But Leap is solid. It's a good block card. Blocks for 9. Better than any of our defends by a significant amount, and it's very cheap. I'll pick it up here. Gives us a little bit more combat strength going forward. Alright, Skim, what do you got? Skim says nothing. That's what it got. Okay, well, I'm going to need my offensive cards to be cheaper than that. Please. Snecko. Free Skim. Okay, okay. Now we're on to something. I guess it's just playing Zap every turn? That's not a great thing. Play Dual Cast instead. Just go triple Zap. Cultist getting very angry. Please, Cultist, have mercy. If I Zap, that's 8. 8 plus 9 plus 6. Not enough, right? Probably better to double defend and Zap, or I could Skim and hope. There are 3 block cards in the draw pile. And sure, this does absolutely happen sometimes with Snecko starts. You'll take some damage to early combats, to having very high-cost card rolls for one fight. But I like to think that this evens out in the long run, and every successful combat is going to put us a little further ahead in terms of card scene. I feel like we need to take a card here. I don't like any of these a whole lot. I suppose Rebound is probably the best of the bunch. 9 damage to a target of my choice, and I may put the card back on top. When we draw it again, it's going to reroll its cost again, but that's okay. Time Vagabond, thank you so much for 2 metric years of support. Some immediate Snecko cards besides Sunder: Glacier, Doom and Gloom, Force Field, Hologram, Equilibrium. The 2-cost offensive cards. Rainbow, although that's a rare. Basically all the rares, but we're unlikely to see those. Rip and Tear does more total damage than that rebound, but I like the utility of the rebound more in the long run. Alright, Jawworm, please have mercy on me. Definitely glad for the leap in that moment. Let's just hit him. Played the strike first, then the rebound, because I did not want to rebound the strike. Okay, you're dead. Not bad. We get a block pot for some more health, and could take an auto shield, but ugh. Hey there, Cruiser. The path highlighted on the map is my intended path forward through the act. At the start of each act, we kind of draw ourselves a path on the map, which I can do with the map highlighting mod. Can't highlight things that I can't go on. Oh, I understand. But it lets me kind of customize the colors of the map in order to communicate thoughts to you, the viewer. Decided I'm skipping those three. That was a takeable, but not good. Oh, heck, by the way. Takeable, but not good. Auto shields. I don't like what's happening here. It's going to be really honest. I can play one card from my hand, and I didn't draw any of the cards we added yet. So this is probably going to be my block potion. This is also why we did not at all even consider any path that went into an elite fight early on without rest sites beforehand, because this can happen pretty easily to a Snecko star. I defend. Feels like we make no progress at all. Suppose I will dual cast then. Nice. Good job, dual cast. That was pure luck to hit the highest health Gray Slime twice. Pure luck. Also, yikes. This hand. Again. Disaster. But why? What did I do wrong? The answer is nothing. I didn't do anything wrong. And yet, here we are. Okay, rebound is back, but it's spicy expensive, but I don't care. Okay, I think we're through the worst part. No. Okay, where was this hand earlier? Come on. We're through. We get another potion. And I'm actually kind of about a fusion here. For a random cost, channel 1 Plasma Orb, giving us 1 more energy each turn, an additional 2 energy when evoked. It's also 2 interesting other uncommon cards here. Reprogram lets us trade focus for strength and dexterity, or Hello World allows us to generate random common cards into our hand each turn. The generated common card is at its normal cost. At least on the turn it's first created, because it's added to the hand, not drawn. But when it goes to the discard pile and is then drawn again, it is randomized. I think I'm taking this fusion, especially with rebound, and especially with the skim. We're starting to create a ability to draw lots of cards. That is very good. A little slow, agreed. Although not so slow with Snecko. You'd be surprised. Tempted to rest first, Then go to the shop so that we could perhaps upgrade a card we get from the store. How do we kill elites? The store. The store has the answers. It must. Upgrading rebound wasn't the worst idea there either. Ah, yes, of course. Upgraded sweeping beam is how we kill elites. Or at least that's our only choice, so it's what we're doing now. We could take another leap. I suppose that's actually not terrible either. But I'm going to be really honest, it's not great. Could go for chaos and upgrade that. It smells like gremlin knob. No, I can't do that. Hey, love to hear it, Cyphers. We can also remove a card here, that's true. Righty, and thank you so much for 25 months. Quarter century of support. Did I used to sit on a couch? I did. Yes, I did. The big old cozy chair still resides with me, but no longer on stream. We moved house and it was no longer something that made a lot of sense. I've since switched to a standing desk setup, so you'll see me standing sometimes, sitting others in a more office-style chair. Okay, we're getting sweeping beam. Oh, it's leap or remove. I could do leap flex potion. That feels like the most sensible thing to do. All right. Leap flex potion it is. Upgrade sweeping beam. And ooh, get bronze scales. Okay. 3 damage back when attacked. That'll have to be enough to defeat whatever this is. Thankfully, it's not a gremlin knob. I'm gonna go with thankfully it's not a gremlin knob. Oh heck. We might draw fusion. Be unable to play it if I drew the skim, but I have 2 more draws here. It's a pretty good turn. Just want to get orbs in play. Ideally fusion. There it is. I can even rebound fusion. Good. Now let's do that. And we'll dual cast this orb. You would cost 3. You stinky fusion. That said, it still might be worth it to play it. I could leap defend here, or I could even defend strike strike, or I could try to skim also. But honestly, if I play the fusion, this fight might go well for me. We could even distilled chaos, play these 3. And then I would actually block for 19. And we'd get the latent orb down too. That feels pretty cozy. Keep the flex potion for knobber sentries. Yeah. Let's do it this way. Okay, and now we can begin to make things happen. Dual cast is actually energy positive, believe it or not, even at 2 cost here. We have a lot of energy to work with. Zap dual cast fusion even? Do that. Strike defense. Take 6 more here. And then this is good. So now I get all the block cards for cheap. Thanks. Perfect. This looks like ouch. Trying to think if there's a way we can kill it on this turn. Seems like a bit of a long shot. 34 health and -2 strength. We could skim and hope, though. That is allowed. Maybe fusion, then dual cast, then skim. Dual cast this for more energy. Let's do that. Perhaps I needed to dual cast the orb. Oh, we get to do it after all. Wait a minute. 7, 4, 16. That's a kill. Easy. Okay, cool. That went shockingly well. We now have a mummified hand encouraging us to pick up power cards, and Sunder is here. So there's our actual real damage card. It's going to get upgraded here, and it's slapping time. This Sunder, empowered by the rebound, the fusion, and the skim, is going to hit so hecking hard. Just the donkest of bonks, really. Could have actually gone full block there. I think we'll just bonkers them. See how that goes for me. Yeah, easy. We're gonna really love this sweeping beam too, I guarantee it. These are all skippable. Like, Ball Lightning would be takeable if we didn't have the Sunder, I think. There's no need for any of this now. Our goal is to get more card draw. Our goal is to get more bonk generation. This isn't the draw I'd hoped for, honestly. I suppose I have to play the sweeping beam, more or less. I drew Sunder at 3 cost. No. Good. We can rebound Sunder, that'd be ideal. But it's really going to depend on what Sunder costs. Beautiful. We can, in fact, rebound Sunder. The beautiful thing about Sunder is it refunds 3 energy, even if it didn't cost 3 energy, when it kills something. Now we have exactly Sunder kill here, too. Thank you, Bronze Scales. Well, this fight went quite well. Got a Bottled Flame, allowing us to start with any attack in our opening hand. I guess I could Bottle Sunder. We're also offered a Beam Cell, dealing damage and applying vulnerable, or a Scrape, which draws cards, and if they're 0 cost, they stay in our hand. Kind of interesting with Snecko Eye. And that's wacky enough, honestly, I'd like to give it a chance here. Sure. Welcome aboard, Scrape. Is that what I bottle? Bottled Scrape? No, that's ridiculous. Don't do that. Let's bottle Sunder, I suppose. Could have also taken the Beam Cell in that card reward. I think that would have been fine as well. Even though it's a 0 cost card, it's the only source of vulnerable the defect has, and it would be a way to make the Sunder do more damage. The double bonk. Get destroyed, sir. Chill Loop Stack. A Mummified Hand. So that Loop is looking a little more attractive. Loop could be used for 1 energy per turn with his Plasma Orb, perhaps. Oftentimes does nothing other than make something free, which I suppose is not a bad thing to do. Chill is also an option here, letting us get Frost Orbs. Honestly, Probably skipping here. Not convinced. And Scrape would have drawn the Sunder. Or would have instantly ended the fight. Oh no, yeah, it was Sweeping Beam we drew with. Yeah, it would have. That would have been pretty sweet. What are we upgrading here? Skim is a good choice for more card draw. We could do the same with Scrape. It also gets more damage. Or we could upgrade one of these block cards to block 12, which I actually rather like going into Act 2. Let's have an upgraded Leap. Innate cards work with Snecko in that they are still randomized. So Chill Plus would be random cost rather than 0 cost. I leap loose. Rebound to defend, but why would I want to? Good old Guardian, using his fixed attack pattern, always rotates through the same series of moves. Maybe I wanted to rebound? No, I can't. After you damage him enough, he curls up into a ball, attacks for 10, attacks for 8 by 2, and then emerges into his full form once more. Hey, free fusion. I'll rebound that. Unfortunately, it looks like damage will befall me. Unless I were to use both potions. Just take 15. Could play this under... Yeah, it'll do enough damage, actually. I'll do it. Bonk. Let's put the leap back on top. Should have struck there, as we had extra block. Doesn't matter too much. You can see that with 5 energy or 6 energy per turn, rather than 3, this is a lot smoother. And we can just play the cards that we need to each turn. Bonk. Without having to choose as much what we do or don't play. We just do it all. Easy. Although draws like this can still happen. So Sweeping Beam draws a strike. I could try rebounding defend, but I can't actually. Dual cast is only +1 energy. I think that means we take 10 more damage here. I suppose that's fine. Great question, Rayari Elite, and the answer is no. The Guardian will execute all 4 attacks of the multi-attack, even if you do Thorns damage in excess of the transform threshold during that attack. The only way to actually stop the attacks is for the Thorns damage to outright kill the Guardian. Ooh. Well, we've got some big expensive cards to slap into our Snecko deck here. For once, finally, Seek is the worst card being offered in a card reward. That's kind of cool. Get out of here, you stinky Seek. This Hyper Beam's also completely takeable as a massive area damage option that would just obliterate most foes in Act 2. We're filling up the orb slots with Plasma Orbs currently, so what use have we for focus, I ask you? But yes, Echo Form with Mummified Hand also seems real good. Lets us double the Sunder, double Sweeping Beam, double Fusion. I mean, you name it. Whatever it is, our best card gets doubled on each turn, and when you're drawing 7 cards per turn, that's a lot of choice in what to double. Definitely taking that Echo Form. I think I'll take an attack potion over a flex potion. Attack potion could contain a meteor strike, for example. Ho ho ho. Well, well, well. What have we here? Some fun choices. If we want to really commit to fusion as a strategy, then what about nuclear battery? We don't have a starting orb currently, and this would give us one plasma orb that currently I have no intentions of getting rid of. And that would actually help quite a lot. It's an energy relic with no downside, and you might even call it an upside because it lets us immediately dual cast to gain energy, for example. But there are other options. We could take more relics immediately with the Calling Bell if we're willing to take a curse, or we could transform and upgrade 3 cards, turning 3 strikes into, well, 3 of anything else. And there's definitely some good hits we could get. Just imagine for a moment for you, 3 meteor strikes. But man, I do really like starting with a plasma orb here. Let's do it. Let's take that battery. Okay, Act 2. What have you got in store for me? How many elites can we take? 3 at most. I'm feeling pretty confident at the moment. We have strength now. Especially Bottled Sunder and Fire Potion literally guarantees that even with a max, even with a highest hit point roll possible, we can kill the Red Slaver on turn 1. Always. Always. So that makes me pretty happy to just like blunder through 2 elites here. Maybe we'll go to this early shop, remove a strike. Up this way. Like these 2 elites. We could also opt out of the shop and go one of these 2 ways instead. Culminating again, 2 elites here. And then maybe a 3rd elite, or just maybe a bunch of upgrades, depending. But I really like going to the store, removing a card. Maybe we'll end up not removing a card because there'll be a shop relic that's too good. We go this way. Dual cast immediately lets me rebound this Sunder. So I will. First card we play each turn is played 2 times. Well, guess what? I block. Dazed are not 0-cost cards, so they will get discarded by Scrape here, but that lets me reshuffle the deck on this turn. Compile Driver's no Scrape. It's only going to be draw 1 most of the time in this deck, so it's a single target sweeping beam. Can't say that I like it much. Strength Potion's okay, but I suspect these 2 potions will be better damage. A relic for a curse? No deal. No, I'd rather just remove strikes, actually. Generally speaking, taking a curse means you're behind 1 card removal relative to where you would be otherwise, and I tend to value at a 1-to-1 ratio, card removals are better than relics most of the time. We need to do 9 more, so Strike, Scrape, Sunder works. can skim and then Echo Form and then play one card. Guess I decided it was strikes. Yeah, it was actually just correct to defend there. Unsure. And that's from experience. I don't have any arithmetic necessarily to back that up. Oh, there's a Beam Cell Plus. Okay. Yeah. This card says green text on it, and it's the, again, only source of vulnerable for the entire defect, so it's the only way to make Sunder do more damage, really. Even though it's a zero-cost card, it's a perfect fit. Greetings, Bird Nerd. Hope you're ready to spikes. I'm gonna do the damage to the Chosen here. Chosen really needs to be killed by turn 3 in order to prevent a very nasty attack. And the bird will die to the spikes after all. Want to scrape those cards away. We can, we can't. Heck. Heck, I tell you. Be an awkward turn next turn. Might need to use the attack potion. Yes, I need to use the attack potion. Aha! Bonk! Okay, well, we get a potion back at least. Not as good a potion as we previously had, but that's okay. We're also offered either a self-repair or a Sunder. That's a tough choice. But I have to say, tiebreaker here is, 1, self-repair works with the mummified hand. 2, if you double self-repair with Echo Form, you heal twice as much at the end of combat. Although a second Sunder is excellent. For tackling these upcoming objectives, I think a self-repair that we can double and that makes other stuff free is going to be a wonderful source of, call it sustain, through the rest of this act. And guess what? We can just buy another Sunder if we want one. But I Bottle Lightning for dual cast tempo on turn 1. No, I'd probably Bottle the Fusion, actually, to get 2 Plasma in play. Toolbox is here and kind of interesting. Does an Echoed Power proc Mummy Hand twice? Yes, making 2 cards in your hand 0 cost. I like a loop a lot more now that we start with a Plasma Orb, by the way. Although I'm not sure that I'm willing to pay for it here. I do very much like card removal and Sunder. I think that's what I'm going to do. Absolutely nothing wrong with 2 Sunders here. Though I do wish we had enough money for Toolbox left over. Instead, I'll keep the perfect amount of money for our next shop, which we are getting probably this act. We'll see how it goes. I'm deeply tempted to kill this front guy because of how perfect the Fire Potion Sunder line is that we talked about. 52 is exactly the maximum health that the red or blue slaver can have. Let's start with this instead. 2, so that's 38. Okay, probably gonna Fire Potion the back one then. Kill him with Sunder. You really want to kill this back one first. He can make you vulnerable, he can entangle you. It's really not a good time. No matter what happens, really. And then between the middle one and the front one, it's a question of, are you more afraid of having wounds added to the deck, or are you more afraid of being weakened? I think we want to... The front one also has less health, so often ends up being the foremost target. Don't want to rebound anything there. Unfortunately, we take some ouchies, but we can get the health back with an Echo-formed self-repair. Anything free? No. So we'll heal 14. There we go. Love the Mercury Hourglass, especially as a complement to the Bronze Scales. Hourglass does 3 damage per turn to all enemies, and combined, the two are very persistent damage over time to just about anything. Love a multicast here. Multicast with a Plasma Orb is effectively a double your energy card, and can be a double your energy plus 2 card with an upgrade, allowing us to play basically every other card in our hands. Heck yeah. Give me that multicast. But first, the Sunder upgrade. Could maybe argue for upgrading self-repair, since we're able to double it so often. So you want to play the one-cost things, I think. And make something 3-cost free. I play this, I go plus 3 energies, so we'll go to 5? Ugh. Or I can just not play the dual cast, have an extra Plasmorph for next turn. I think I like that more. Hit me. Oof. Okay. To keep nothing. We're left with the beam cell and nothing else. Interesting. That worked out though. The triple bonk. Get ourselves a Gremlin Horn, giving us an energy and a draw whenever an enemy dies, and you better believe I'm going to pick up a hologram here. Hologram lets us pull any card from the discard pile, whether it be multicast, sunder, something scraped, discarded, you name it, and we get it back at the current cost, meaning we can target deliberately a card that is 0 cost and play it again for free. Gotta love Boat Thingy, giving us 10 block on turn 1. I'm never going to turn that down. Do we take the Burning Elite now? Thinking about it, I think we're in excellent shape. We have really good relics. It's not going to be the Book of Stabbing, so we know it's either Slavers, who we can bonk on turn 1, or Gremlin Leader, who we can really bonk on turn 1. I'm going to go for it. Let's get that key. So, for example, here, Hologram gets Sunder back at 0 cost, guaranteed. Play it again. Oh no! We're confused. Anyways. Bonking. Did forget to self-repair there. And here's another very good block card, Force Field. Base 12, upgrades to 16. It's like a super leap. I'll take it. Okay, let's try to remember that we have... Oh, yikes. Speaking of... Plus, Strength Slavers, normally one of the fiercest, fightingest, terrifyingest foes in the Spire. However... not today. Not today. Already full blocked, so I just play Strike, I guess. Thanks, Free Sunder. You're the best. There's Eco Form. 24. I'll just play the self-repair one time in this fight. No need to overcomplicate it. Fair enough. We just got a block card. Alright, well, Burning Slavers easily vanquished. We healed and we didn't even have to use a potion. Now we're offered a Hyper Beam or a Rainbow. So we're going to kind of choose here. Do we want to go focus or non-focus? And I think this is a non-focus run. We have big attacks already. We have the foundation of good block with Leap Plus and Force Field here. We have energy generation with Plasma Orbs. So let's say goodbye to conventional orbs and hello to really big damage from Hyper Beam. Positively huge damage. Biggest you've ever seen. The Double Sunder. Curved Double Bonk. Get him, Hourglass. We will take pretty much as many holograms as we can get our hands on. And we would kind of like some of those holograms to be upgraded. I think we want to actually avoid this store, although we could get another card removed here. I'd like to instead opt for the upgrade. Get hologram upgraded, and then get Hyper Beam upgraded. And then we're starting to really get something working here. Could be a Prismatic Shard in the shop, could be many things in the shop. But there's an upgrade right here. Smoke Bomb, who needs it? Hologram? Alright, one more. 3's probably enough for now. And it'll be a while before we can get them all upgraded, if we ever get them all upgraded. Okay, Hyper Beam first. Hey there, Mr. Dude Person. Glad to hear the streams helped you get better. Whether it be at A20, A0, A nothing. Heck. Hey. I rescind that heck. Also, we're immune to Stinky Frail, which is very convenient right now. Goal in the champ fight, basically make him vulnerable and then play Sunder 6 times. That's all we need to do, honestly. Okay, apply vulnerable. Could have skimmed there, chose not to. Now we do the damage, wherever possible, but block first. Let's make it 3. Okay. I can be very patient. That hologram back. Thank you. Does this draw anything? First question. No. Thunder was 2 cost. Got it. Have some hyper beams, sir. Just 2, actually. We'll save the third one for later. We don't want to bring Champ below half health, as that will trigger his Angritude, his Enrage, causing him to execute us with impunity. And being executed hurts, quite frankly, so I'd strongly prefer not to. Where's my beam cell at? Alright, it's time. Puny weakling. Uh-oh. So, was that actually useful? Not sure. I go with yes. Yes, it was. Now I can play many things. Get back Sunder Plate again, or I can get back Skim. I think I'm just going to get Sunder here. Get the expensive one just because I can. Not because I needed to. We've done it now. Die, he says. But it is you, champ, who will become die. Oh. Well, that's embarrassing. Ha! If we played the Beam Cell first, then the Echo Form would have duplicated the Beam Cell and not the Sunder. Playing Sunder twice is better than playing Sunder once for 1.5 times damage. Oh. Mummified Hand Creative AI. Definitely don't want an Electrodynamics. Don't really care about a fission. We could have let him, and yes, there was also the option there to let him hit me 1 time out of 2. Very spooky option, of course. And let the Bronze Scales finish him, paying 30 health immediately and then healing 75% of that back. So paying about 8 health for that explosive potion. Actually, not a terrible trade. I feel like my option was a bit more dramatic, though. How about we take a creative AI here? Powers are not good for this deck, but, well, some powers. Sure, stuff like Storm and Hello World and Static Discharge and Defragment aren't very good, but what about Buffer and Echo Form and Heat Sinks? We won't play that every time. Only sometimes. And that is 7 transforms? Whew, that's pretty good. 7 transforms with Pandora's Box here. Or we can get more energy in the form of the Busted Crown. Less cards to choose from, though, which Snecko Eye really dislikes. We would certainly love to add many, many more copies of Echo Form and Meteor Strike and such to the deck. Vasily Bankar, thank you so much for the 3 months of keeping it cozy, by the way. Last option, Black Star makes all elites drop double relics. That I think we could definitely put to use. We're not afraid of Reptomancer. We're not afraid of Giant Head. Nemesis could be a problem, though, depending on the luck of the draw. But I think we'll do fantastically if we swap our starter cards for some random stuff. We get 2 powers, 2 boot sequences, a Core Surge, and another block card. Most of this exhausts, actually, so I'm pretty happy with that. Double boot sequence is a bit odd, though. Maybe I'll remove one of them, especially given that I have Anchor. 30 block on turn 1. The blockitude. The sheer blockitude. Alright, well, merchants are a must at the moment. Can I do 2? There are only 2 merchants. Well, I could go to both of them, but then we get absolutely no upgrade sites. What would I like to upgrade? Holograms. Yes, holograms. Okay. The holograms must be upgraded. It is the law. Okay, so that makes our path as follows. Let me go to an event here. And here. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Maybe we even like rest and try to upgrade all? I don't think I would care about that much. Of self-repair? No, never mind. Resting is ridiculous. We will never need to do such a thing. Blocking on turn 1, however, that we might need to do. $30 of it, to be precise. There you go. More Echo Forums, anyone? Get him. Machine learning, also a power we like. Algorithm upgraded. Gain 1 block, and then permanently increase the block of this card by 3. If duplicated with Echo Form, this card permanently upgrades itself by twice. And so a algorithm upgraded with Echo Form, taken even this late in the run, here at the beginning of Act 3, can easily reach 40 or 50 block. Second Skim here is also pretty dang good. And yes, there is still time to turn this into a Storm deck, especially now that we have Creative AI and Electrodynamics. Our only negative focus card is Hyper Beam. We don't have to play it. Is Zorak boss? If I'm fighting Awake... yeah, I'm fighting Awaken 1. Screw... No, thank you. No, thank you. The bird is cawing in the distance, and I don't like the sound of it. Not one bit. That's right, the Core Surge can also block the Hyper Beam. That's true. Slightly wrong order there. Oh yeah, we have to double that algorithm. Can't forget to do that. So we can't leave this fight until we've doubled algorithm. Vitally important. And Echo Form makes it real easy, because we just double Echo, double Hologram, double algorithm. And now it has been played twice. And now they will all perish. So after one fight, Genetic Algorithm now reads gain 7 block. Permanently increase this card's block by 3. And so it will go. 13 after the next fight. Then 19. Then more. Hey there, Extra of Geese. Started doing glitchless speedruns for fun. Any advice on how you might improve? Glitchless speedruns was one of my favorite things to do back in the earlier days of Spire. kind of challenging yourself to speedrun the decision-making almost. A piece of advice I suppose I can give is to try not to spend more than a few moments contemplating what to do at the map or at the store. It can be better to make the wrong choice quickly than it can to take 30 seconds and find the correct line in a situation, if you're looking at it from a speedrun perspective. So training yourself to be like, if you can't figure out what to do, just make a choice, even if it ends up being wrong. The experience and muscle memory will teach you ultimately. Colossin, thank you so much for 8 months of support. Every run is a speed run no matter what, even if the speed is slow. Okay, I'm going to take one last hologram here. 4 is the optimal number. Four is the loneliest number as well, maybe. And a dad joke for Kiro Vampiro. What kind of music does the defect like? Algorithms. Bonk. Scrape not so bad when it is if you have holograms available to get the cards that you actually wanted to play from the discard pile. Oh, Creative AI is also in the discard pile. Man, Scrape, you really bungled that one. What am I doing here? One force field, please, and I guess one creative AI. Not sure why I care about getting that in play, but I seem to. One saw the defect poking and prodding at the awakened one. When I asked what it was doing, it said it was performing a boop sequence. Oof. And sorry if I missed you at the start of the stream there, OWM. Was not my intention to overlook your request there. I guess you could say I OWMU a dad joke. Oh, how bad that was. So I'm getting double echo, right? Yeah. And then I'll double skim, I guess. And then everything's gone terribly. Okay, well, mistakes were made. Thought that would somehow lead to me blocking, but we're healing for 14, so... all's well. Could kill with double Sunder, but then we don't get to double Algorithm here. So I must be careful. More echo forms. Well, that was silly. More holograms? No. How about another Leap Plus? Also, no. We're good. But where's Meteor Strike? How about where's Buffer? And for that matter, where's Waldo? Huh? Where he at? Medical kit is here, which could let me play status cards. I don't know that I value that too highly in this deck, truthfully. With 7 card draw per turn. Already. I do want Buffer, that's for sure. I do want to remove a card, which is probably going to be Zap, truthfully. Although it's got more use with Electrodynamics. It's still got limited... Actually, no, we just remove 1 boot sequence, right? Yeah, let's get rid of one of these. Is there enough block in this deck to handle the heart? I am not currently sure. Our strategy is going to revolve around the algorithm, the holograms, possibly gaining dexterity. What I'd really like to see in order to assure that we have enough block is a copy of Reprogram. But we also might be able to use dexterity potions to get enough block. If we can spam holograms, we can get a lot done that way. That's my hope. Will it work out? I don't actually know. Reinforced Body would also be a very, very good way to get where we're going. Yes, Reinforced Body would do wonders. Play this so that self-repair makes buffer free. Bonk you. Want to kill the... If you can block the attack, you want to kill the ones that are buffing instead, of course. Could easily win the fight now, but don't forget, we have an algorithm that we'd like to play twice in this fight. That's our top priority. Not once, but twice. Gotta be careful, though, because the scales and the hourglass are gonna hurt our poor friend here. What is a sad little jawworm to do? I want to draw into it. There we go. Another upgraded sweeping beam feels redundant with our hyper beam. No need for another self-repair or compile river either. Note that our algorithm is already at 19 block, and we've barely gone a few floors since we picked it up. Pretty sweet. Next up, our first elite of the act. Honestly, I'm just happy it's not Nemesis. I think all we want to do is get the Echo Form in play, and the Creative AI in play. That's kind of the only goal here. Easy. What do you draw? Saw Core Surge, Hyper Beam, and a 3-cost Beam Cell? Oof. Sign me up for that 3-cost Beam Cell, honestly. Other option... Play Fusion again? Let's actually go to 3 Plasma. I like that the most. Okay, dupe this for sure. Put this in play. Hologram fetches a 1-cost card. Guess I'll fetch the Core Surge now. Spent this weekend. Double the creative AI, and if I can block this attack, I will. Looks like I... Yes, I can. That way we save the buffer charge. Electro will make a lot of... Electro will let me play everything, actually. I'll go biased Electro. Infusion, Beam Cell, Hello World, Hyper Beam for 91, Sunder for 91. Dang. The damage. More bias cogs. How fascinating. Card spam now. Card spam all day. Every day. Until it is done. Incense Burner is definitely going to help with dealing with Heart by allowing us to be intangible every 6 turns. I think a Go for the Eyes Plus could also help. Or a Stack Plus could also help as we get lots and lots of cards into the discard pile. I'll take the Stack, actually. This deck is getting chunky, so a card like Stack actually serves us quite well. And our top priority is still to get all these various holograms upgraded, so that we can use them in a loop as a way to gain block. Can't actually rebound Core Surge, but you can try. You can sure try. Hologram and Sunder the leader or Beam Cell her for vulnerable next turn. Just go with the Beam Cell. Beam Cell, Hologram, play the rebound, actually. Could have also used the Energy Potion to hit her with a Sunder for 48. I suppose that would have been okay. Let's see. Scrape, what can you draw for me? Free Algorithm. In this fight, I don't think I'm going to stick around to try to double the algorithm. We're just going to play it right now. Actually, are we? I can kill both daggers so easily. What purpose is there? All these powers in play. You know what? I will wait on the algorithm, actually. Upon review of the data, I've decided that actually I'm invincible. And I have no need for such stinky things as block. Stack gains more than 12 block. $22, that's more right. Okay. Don't quite get enough block to save our buffer there. That is totally okay. Question card gives us more options from card rewards. Here's our first Glacier. I think it's far too late, Glacier. We prefer other forms of block to you, and have no need of your icy ways. Focus Potion also too feels irrelevant. We totally have an upgrade left for buffer and for another hologram too. I may even choose to recall, so we have yet more options. Glacier gets the cold shoulder. It sure does. So does Ornamental Fan, as we need the blue key to go to Act 4. And yet another upgrade. Heck yeah. Look at all of these upgrades. I'll actually recall here. Transient. Greetings, Transient. Transient's basically a consistency check. Can you do damage and or block every single turn without fail? Fortunately for us, the answer is a resounding yup. Sure can, actually. We get a particularly lucky series of events. We could also potentially kill this enemy, but I think we're just going to end up buffering their hits, preventing all the damage that way. Thank you, heat sinks, by the way. Still don't have Echo Form in play. There you are. Three. Okay, and now we've essentially won the fight, because we can just buffer the next 3 hits. Although I still want to double the algorithm. Ooh. Double storm. Alright, that's drawing me cards, too. Okay, I don't necessarily want to do that. Take this one on the buffer. There's algorithm. Okay. A successful fight. White noise is more powers, but otherwise not helpful necessarily. More random powers, no less. Skip it. Upgrade hologram. And we'll take one last event. We still haven't seen either Mind Bloom or Double Orb Walkers. 2 of the really good events in Act 3. Don't get them either, and that's fine. Hologram the rebound. Do little effects. I'm immune to your debuff. Please try again. So when you've got a 0-cost hologram, something you can do is then use holograms to fetch the other 0-cost hologram. And do that over and over again. Be back for you, I think. Got some time in this fight. Intentionally not playing this under there. Oh, algorithm, where are you? Power Potion's okay. Upgraded Doom and Gloom slaps pretty hard too, but it's not nearly as good as Hyper Beam is. So I think it's actually below par for card quality in this deck, which is quite a statement. Wow. Okay. Take the Power Potion over an Energy Potion. Do we... No, I'm just going to leave it on the ground. And we're going to upgrade, you guessed it, hologram. There, all 4 holograms are now upgraded. So we can always fetch whatever other card we might desire the most. Here in the Nerd Bird fight, our goal is going to be... Step 1, kill the cultists. Step 2... get Echo Form in play. I'll also play Loop here, because that's 1 more energy per turn. Although that will give the Awakened one additional strength, which we must be very wary of. But that additional energy will let us do more stuff. TM each turn. I'm not playing Creative AI, though, that's for sure. Skim here. Okay, Algorithm, you're getting played. Only 1 time here, because I don't want to take this damage. Thank you. I guess I'll play the Hyper Beam. Where the heck? My Echo Form. Rebound this hologram. Please return the 0-cost hologram to me so that I can fetch the 1-cost hologram, so that I can fetch the 0-cost hologram. So that I can fetch... Let's see what we got. So I can fetch the 1-cost hologram, fetching the 0-cost hologram, fetching the 0-cost fusion. And that is basically why we upgraded all the holograms. So that we constantly have access to stupid nonsense like that. To allow us to just turn energy into block. Kind of like our build your own reinforced body, especially if you add a dexterity potion to the mix. And now we want what? Beam Cell? I don't want to play this buffer yet. Okay. One 0-cost holo, that's good. Should have duped that actually, but it's okay. Also wrong. Just trying to click on force field. Alright. I'll forfeit that 1 Sunder, that's fine. We're pretty well set up here. Right. And then if I can block, I probably should. But I can kill on a turn and play powers, for one. Holograms can just fetch stuff over and over again. Oops, actually, wait. Just to not kill you. Can I draw? Skill is 3. It's okay, we'll have buffer next turn. So I'll just leave it as is. Double your buffer, double your fun. Ooh, but what about double your creative AI? Actually, double this one. Yes, here we go. True power. That electro. Those holograms aren't actually zero cost because they were made free by Mummy Hand, by the way. So once I play them, things unfortunately look more like... More like this. Well, one of them's free. Okay. One of them's actually free for real. But I don't think I had a way of knowing which one. Now we have a proper loop. Here we go. They're all free. Easy. More powers. Actually, wait, I don't think I wanted to do that. Good, because I don't have to. All the storms in the world won't save me here. Get him. GG. Next up, the shapes Donu and Deka. What do we do against these two? That's the question. We'll leave that in the Discord file. Say that's not my favorite turn one. But it got us closer to the Echo form. There it is. Could multicast to go to 8 energy if I'm willing to lose my Plasma Orb for now. What does 8 energy get me this turn? Lets me play a lot of stuff. Okay. For Donu first, as usual. Hollow the Skim, hollow the Force Field, hollow the Hollow? Unsure. Okay, got the expensive stuff for free. Hologram Genetic Algorithm and fully block this. That doesn't feel like a good use of my time, though. Let's get the Skim. Cards closer to my creative AI. And now we have a zero-cost hologram, so blocking is well in hand, thankfully. To rebound something. Morgen asks, why Donu first? So the difference between these two enemies is that Deka applies block to them both, and adds dazes to your deck, whereas Donu buffs strength on both bosses. And that's the really dangerous thing that Donu is doing, is increasing their strength by 3 every 2 turns, meaning the damage is constantly going up. If you kill Donu first, then you put a stop to the damage scaling, and you can finish Dekka kind of at your leisure. Sometimes it is better to kill Dekka first. I find that if your deck is really short on card draw, then stopping the dazes can be really important. Or if you're really block heavy, then stopping the dazes can be really important. So if you're an offense-oriented or offense-scaling deck, I tend to say kill Donu first. If you're a defense-oriented or defense-scaling deck, kill Dekka first. Not always going to be strictly true one way or the other, but it's kind of a rule of thumb for you. Let's just make some stuff cheap, I suppose. That didn't work out the way I'd hoped. Yeah, that really didn't work the way I'd hoped. Shoot. But my hit points, though. Oh, here we go. 1 storm. 1 buffer. Get back Skim for free. Draw some more cards here. More buffer. You got it, buddy. Yes. More powers. More buffers. More greatness. Beautiful. Okay, something we'd like to do, if possible, set the incense burner to 4 before we kill Dekka here. That way we'll be invulnerable on turn 2 of the dreaded Spire Spear and Spire Shield fight. And with 5 buffer stacks, it seems like it would be pretty easy to accommodate that request from me to myself. So we'll wait a couple turns. So we want this to read 4 when the boss dies. Double this now. That means kill on this turn. GG. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all this Snecko action? $1997 was a pretty good year, to be honest. So I can either upgrade Loop or Multicast, or we can just rest for a bit of health. That said, we might be able to get that health back from the Spire Spear and Spire Shield fight with the self-repair. Let's upgrade this multicast so that if I do have cause to use it, we'll get 2 more energy out of it. More orb slots. Interesting. Not sure that's actually helpful for me. Love a Gambler's Brew, letting me discard any number of cards and draw that many. Kind of a big fan of magnetism here, giving us random colorless cards. Hey there, Napalm Shimmer. Yes, intangibility does prevent death from blasphemy. You'll take 1 damage, but you must be intangible at the start of your turn, which means either you play 2 apparitions and end your turn, not 1, but 2, or you have Incense Burner on 5 the turn you play the blasphemy, and it makes you intangible right before you would be killed. If Incense Burner is on 0 when you play the blasphemy, you will die. a very painful death. Okay, we'll go... I'm going to keep this Dex Potion, because I think looping holograms is going to have to be part of our block strategy for the heart. I think this Weakness Potion could also really help, but I think the Gambler's Brew is ultimately better. So these are my potions for hearts. We're going to hope that the Incense Burner makes this fight a lot more manageable, hoping Spire Shield does not attack me on turn 1, and lo and behold, it did not. So that's good. We also got one 0-cost hologram already, which is a good sign. Hey there, Jason Dalton. Yes, I've been playing Elden Ring off-stream, as spoilers-free as I can manage, and it's been an absolute joy. I also want to focus my damage on the Spire Shield. The big dangerous attack from the Spear happens on turn 2. We'll be intangible for that. So let's focus on the Stinky instead. Get that out of here. Good job, Scrape. Yeah. Yeah. Heck yeah. O39 says, so much content of Elden Ring lately, already burned down on it. It's one of the many reasons I'm choosing not to stream it personally, especially choosing not to stream it during these weeks in the immediate aftermath of its release. If I do stream Elden Ring, it'll be 6 months from now or a year from now when there's DLC or something. When I have a better PC. And a few other things are true also. Also, the triple bonk, by the way. Do I have a PS5? Yes, I do. And I'm very happy with it. The cast's not doing much for me here. Alas. Wouldn't have done any damage to the shield, whereas the spear takes a little bit from that Core Surge. And here we can finish off the Spire Shield, easy peasy like. Just gonna double hollow here. Give me the 0-cost Sunder and the 0-cost hologram. It's a lot of energy. Let's go. Perfect. Rebound that Sunder. Slight order there. Let's see. How do I feel about Incense Burner? 3 or 4 is ideal. 2 is a terrible number. Do not kill this turn. But we can kill next turn or the turn after. Either is fine. Kill this turn. Get the boot. It would deal 4 less in blocked attack damage, up it to 5. Another algorithm, a little bit late. How about a multicast? Already got one, and the one we have is awkward enough. I'll say no thanks. Alright, on to the heart with 69 health. Nice. And we drew Core Surge on turn 1, which means we get to block vulnerable here. That's pretty valuable. Hey there, Krogzar. I'll address that afterwards. Okay, let's Core Surge, let's Dex Potion. I guess I'll Scrape here. Scrape, you beautiful beast. I'm so glad I took you earlier this run. That is 2 Act 4 fights where you've drawn me a 0-cost Echo Form on turn 1. You glorious son of a gun. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Can't do much better than that. My actual job is what you're looking at right now, Utapa. This is my singular source of income, my full-time job, being a video game on Twitch. And I love it. Okay, Echo Form's already in play. I can actually double this stack for decent results. You could also multicast to go to 8 energy here, which is probably better, actually. Or I can double stack, then multicast, getting me 4 energy. Let's do that. Hologram for the leap, play the leap. Blocking successfully achieved. We have Incense Burner for the next turn. We just need to make sure we regenerate our Plasma Orbs at some points. There they are. I can double the loop or double the fusion. Probably better to double the loop, because that's forever. All of our holograms so far costing 3 is definitely disadvantageous to us, but I'm not overly worried here. Play the self-repair to make the fusion free. Play the fusion. Use hologram to get the fusion back. Play the fusion again. Okay, now we have enough energy to work with. Lies, thank you so much for the 7 months. If I double buffer, I'll lose 2 of the charges immediately. So it's kind of pointless. Let's double Sunder, get some damage done. Wait a minute, Creative AI was the last card? Rude. Absolutely rude. If I use the Gambler's Brew, I can double Creative AI this turn. Versus single Creative AI next turn to avoid losing buffer. Yeah, let's Gambler's Brew for, I guess, a few. Well, Creative AI is how we're planning on scaling this up. Okay, we have 1 0-cost hologram at least. Do I dare scrape? Sure. Nice. Get him, Boot. Okay, multi-hit is first. But look at Stack putting on a show. House Cat, thank you so much for 2 months of Cositude. Dexterity Potion here is absolutely essential. So we hollow for Stack. Or I can try playing a power. Count buffer charges shortly. Oh yeah, we got extra. So I could also play the multicast just to get rid of this lightning orb. Yes. we exactly fully block this hit, keeping all 3 charges of buffer. That allows me to absorb this following hit with the buffer charge. 47 here. Ooh, and more buffers. Double the algorithm, double the fun. What about double the bias cognition? Double the fun. Play it one time. It's time to do some damage, I suppose. These holograms, man. Here we go. What do I hologram? Play machine learning. I'm going to overdraw just barely. I actually don't want to play this machine learning because I want to draw stack with the perfect number of cards in hand for next turn. So I think we'll get back the beam cell. Don't play the machine learning, even though it feels really weird not to do that. Because there are exactly 7 cards in the draw pile, and one of those cards is stack plus. Force field. Go bonk bonk. Could try playing the static in the Hello World, don't feel motivated to do so. And yes, Incense Burner here is incredible. I might even try to... Oh my. Well, never mind, it's useless. Apparently. Who needs to be intangible if you have infinite block? Not us, that's for sure. But I think we can still take advantage of here. We want to take some hits here. So I'll stop playing cards now. Get the blap. Get him. Static discharge. We had positive focus thanks to doubling the bias cog there, so we were able to do some return damage with that. Only 96 more damage I can do this turn, though. Be careful. Not allowed to max out the heart here. Next turn, we lose 3 focus. I still think a multicast will do it, though, yeah? Awkward way to die. Oh, I could have done 1 more damage. No! GG, Mr. Hart. GG. Not too shabby. What a snack of a run, hey? GG. Mark number 81 off the list. Heck yeah. GG. Has it been done? The Spire sleeps, and so shall I. GG. Do I have a favorite of the 4 ending arts? I like the Ironclad's Purple Fire. I think that's super cool looking. Already updated the commands for you, Failing, so no worries this round. GG. GG. And a dad joke for Bishop Stars. Why did the defect work out? They wanted to get buffer. Oof. As usual, we'll do a quick water break, refill the leg, stretch the water here. Before I go, I did want to answer a couple questions from earlier. A couple people asked about Elden Ring stuff during the heart fight. I wanted to save that for after the run. I have been playing through on my PS5. I can't say I've noticed a whole lot in terms of frame rate issues. The frame rate does dip here and there. It's not a perfect 60, at least not running at 4K. But it is gorgeous at 4K, I have to say. Holy moly. It's beautiful. I can't remember if I run in performance or detail mode. But generally speaking, you only get a little bit of frame rate dip if you're rotating the camera with a lot of stuff in the distance, like spinning your camera around when you're having the whole world loaded on top of a mountaintop or something, or there's tons and tons of things going on. Combat itself is buttery smooth. I don't do a whole lot of multiplayer, generally speaking, Inslee. Yeah. I do some Souls PvP sometimes. Saving that for Elden Ring, like, after I've beaten the game. I'll interact with other players. But I don't want spoilers on, like, what kinds of items there are, so I don't want to fight other players. The messages, however, are great. I will continue to love those forever. You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. Could this be a dog? Kat says, is it possible to lose a Silent Run, Shuriken, and Kunai Act 1 with 2 Shiv cards already? Oh yeah. Time Meter is a thing, and bottom drawing your Shiv cards against Book of Stabbing or Slavers can also be a thing. So don't get reckless, but that's a heck of a good start. Death count in Elden Ring, a couple hundred, I'm sure. I think I had about 50 deaths to, and maybe another couple dozen or so to some other bosses. But yeah, there was at least one that gave me a very hard time. But why is it always crab? Avi Makina says, do I have any decks or playstyles I like, but I really can't do on A20? Clash. The Ironclad card Clash. It's fun. It's actually really, really strong on low Ascension, but above Ascension 10, when you've got the Ascender's Bane Curse, this card is just too niche, too untrustworthy. It's also tougher as enemies add more and more status cards to your deck. When the Taskmaster adds 1 wound per turn, Clash ain't too bad, but 3 wounds per turn? No way. No way. Xenomorph Threat says, my last 3 successful silent runs were using Storm of Steel. Not often I get to find that card being good, but if you can fill your hand up, it can be a lot of shivs. Bishop Star, somebody saw someone grinding for a 20 heart kill with Clash. That wouldn't be a vegetable bread, would it? I saw he was doing some cool challenges. Good luck to him. I like those kinds of runs, but I've found that it's better to let them come naturally than to try to force them and die over and over in the attempt. Cellbor says, really struggling on Ironclad Ascension 18, specifically early game deck building. Any tips? Ironclad is very tough. I personally find a lot of success in starts that pick up Anger, Pummel Strike, Headbutt. Twin Strike's pretty good too. Really like Carnage. Those are what I consider to be the premium attacks. Blood for Blood also extremely good if you're fighting either Hexaghost or Guardian, but not Slime Boss. Anything that's really energy efficient, stuff that draws cards, especially very good. And of course, any source of strength you can find in the early game is great. Act 1 Ironclad is really a question of how to get enough damage into the deck to start slaying foes while managing the rate at which you lose health. You don't really want to add block cards early unless the block card is Ghostly Armor or Shrug or maybe Power Through. But any of the fancier stuff, there's a lot of combos Ironclad tries to assemble, but actually getting started towards one of those can be really tricky. But usually for me, the Ironclad order goes flood the deck with attacks initially, use that to pick up relics, and then start to build a base of skills and powers that support the attacks. Polymer says, I feel like the Act 3 elites vary wildly in difficulty. The Act 3 elites vary very wildly in what they're checking, so to speak. You can think of each of the Act 3 elites as a different test. You've got Reptomancer, who summons daggers and threatens you for up to 100 damage on turn 2. She's a test of, can you do damage to small targets? Or can you just instantly kill the Reptomancer with 200 damage? Or can you find a way to block that? But do you have a way to deal with lots of little threats? Do you have area damage or sufficient card draw? Nemesis goes intangible every other turn. He's a test of your consistency. You are tested in your ability to draw the correct cards on the correct turn, because that enemy may swing for up to 45 damage, or they may choose to add tons of status cards. Nemesis is a lot easier when you have access to Card Retain or Scry, like on Watcher. But Runic Pyramid especially does really well against the Nemesis, because you can just hold your cards until it's no longer intangible. Finally, Giant Head is sort of a scaling test. Can you do 500 damage in 3 turns, or after those 3 turns are over, do you have an answer to 40 damage plus every turn? I find Giant Head is most successful in decks that spend just a couple of turns at the start of the fight setting up, you know, getting Barricade plus Impervious, or putting down a Demon form, or a Creative AI, or an Echo form. Whereas that's the exact thing that's going to be terrible against Reptomancer. So they're all testing different things, and because you don't know which one you're going to face, you really have to be prepared for all 3 possibilities. If there's one you consistently find harder than the others, it means you're consistently failing to prepare for that particular type of challenge. And the same could apply to other fights in the Spire. An example, I used to, long ago, back when I played Ascension 15 more frequently, I found that the Spire growth, the big tentacle monster in Act 3, would just consistently obliterate me. And it's because I was creating decks that were taking too long to get things in play, and they weren't able to deal with the immediate 30 damage threat that creature provided. Transient was the same problem. And they were both indications that I was focusing too much on turn 3 and 4, not enough on turn 1 and 2. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break here. I've got water to drink and a snack to nom. When I return, we'll play with the Watcher and go for, what are we at, like 7 in a row? Going for 7? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 7 in a row if the Watcher wins here. That's pretty crazy. Had some really good streaks since we've changed to the boss swaps for March. All right, I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere, folks. Okay, folks, we're back. Appreciate your patience during that water break. Hey there, Tormented to Swag. We're very likely to be playing some Spire tomorrow as well. We got a lot of hearts to kill this year, so there will be a lot of runs to do. That's for sure. Holy heck, is that a new channel cutie? All hail Champion Beef. The new and cutiest. Huzzah! Long may they reign. Yo-Yo, thank you so much for the 8 months. And the very generous tier 3 subscription new cutie alert. Heck yeah. I have to say we've been high rolling the boss swaps this month so far. I don't know if I should trust it as any kind of overall feeling about changing the starter relic. Also this act layout, yikes. Guardian at the end of the act. Get cursed if we open a chest. Probably means we're gonna skip our chest in Act 1 here. Cool half mil. The steep price, but well worth paying. No reasonable 2 elite pass. Like, maybe this one, but... Huh. Not really sure what to do here. We want to hit one of these 2 elites at minimum. Which means if we want a second elite, it's either this one or this one. Neither which are great odds. This one's more tackleable. Or I can just go a bunch of rest sites, and I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. So maybe our path becomes the following. With red path being an option for really difficult if we feel like we're capable. After whatever comes to the first 3 floors, we find an ambrosia, perhaps. We could take the red path, or maybe even just a fear potion. Increasingly, I really don't mind... Really don't mind Watcher... going to a shop very early in Act 1 to remove a defend card. You just have so much more consistency of damage output on this character with 1 or 2 defends removed. And you'll do so much better in the opening combats, ultimately. Let's see, if I strike... Bring you to 11? Eruption strike kills. Take 3... I think I'll do it this way. Yeah, that feels right. Bippity boppity. Early Consecrate versus early Empty Fist. Do like Empty Fist a lot. It's a card with a very good upgrade, +5. Or area damage with Consecrate. Less inclined to take a free card with 4 energy per turn. Let's go with the Empty Fist. Give ourselves some of that good old stance control, and wow, what fortuitous timing. 275 gold if I'm willing to take a curse. We can remove the curse immediately. That comes at the expense of removing a defend, but the extra money is an entire relic's worth of cash. So, I'm taking it. We can buy anything we want here. Even a hand drill. Resounding silence. Fair enough. Things that I like here quite a bit are Crush Joints, can apply Vulnerable. Fear No Evil, a great way to enter Calm. Trip. Actually, Fear No Evil also pairs very nicely with Empty Fist. Trip is quite nice as well, a 0-cost Vulnerable Applicator. The Whetstone would upgrade 2 random attacks. Almost no matter what that hits, it'd be very good this early in the run. And of course, we would like to remove a curse. Honestly, the Whetstone might let me take the Burning Elite here. Especially if I also buy a Fear Potion for some Vulnerable. Okay, let's go card remove the Regret. Add the Crush Joints. Add the Fear Potion. Don't have enough money for Fear No Evil and the Whetstone, so I'll just take the Whetstone. Upgrading that Empty Fist, heck yeah. And one of our strikes. And now we get to go this way. Ooh, I can even buy more potions. Sure, I'll pay a little bit of money to look at 2, and I'll take the better of the options. Distill Chaos, play the top 3. Perfect. This Burning Elite has no chance. We're off to a really strong start here, feels like. Do I ever add a Protect? 2-cost block. With Retains, not actually that bad here. Particularly against the Guardian. I don't like that we didn't remove a Defend, though. I don't think I'm going to take it. If I'd removed a Defend, I might add that Protect. I do like it on 4 energy, but I don't like having too many blocks. Beatsapotamus, thank you so much for the full year. And thank you, Phaley, for all that you do. Indeed. Part of this community. All 3 of these guys have 55 health. That's terrifying. That's really terrifying. Why not Perseverance? I tend to find that Perseverance is just below the curve, you could call it. Perseverance just doesn't do a big enough number. And fundamentally is problematic because you can either play the card or you can increase the block of the card. But you have to choose each turn. Now, Perseverance can be decent if it's got a free upgrade. It can also be pretty good with Meditate, because Meditate allows you to play the Perseverance and then meditate it back into your hand, so that you're able to both use it and increase its power in the same turn. But fundamentally, Perseverance just starts at too low a block number to be any good. It's a defend at the beginning, and if you need to use it as a defend, it doesn't even get any stronger. Sad times. Yeah, I want to like Perseverance. I like how the card works, but it don't do. We're guaranteed Empty Fist here. Perfect order. Nice. It's a really good Distilled Chaos. Now, my face. Okay. Maybe later Eruption. This is fine. There's one strike in the draw pile? Okay. Probably better to do the 8. Take 2 more. Good. Okay, we're through the Burning Elite, and we still have a potion. And we still have most of our health. I'd say that's a very, very good result overall. We now get a Damaru, 1 mantra per turn. Once you get to 10 mantra, you enter Divinity Stance, and immediately offered a Brilliance to go with it, dealing additional damage equal to mantra gained this combat, and starting at a pretty good base value of 12. I'd say that's meant to be, it feels like. We should take it. This might have been a good fight to use the regen potion, actually. Well, never mind. No, it wouldn't have been. Cut Through Fate, one of my favorite attacks on this character. Excellent for a little bit of scry, a little bit of damage, a little bit of draw. Sash Whip's also okay, but usually needs an upgrade to be really good. And we have other things more deserving of upgrades, the Eruption and the Crush Joints. Next up, elite-wise, is the Gremlin Narb. That's where our Fear Potion comes in. Don't think I'm going to worry about getting into Calm. We're just going to play the Fear Potion and our attacker cards. Already down to 50 health. Nine plus 24 plus 21. That is more than 50, right? We can also Cut Through Fate, try to get the Empty Fist, and that's even more. Bonk. Oh, we're headed in the right direction now. Bag of Prep for more cards on turn 1. Yes. Excellent. Now we are becoming strong. A little chance at Protect here, but I think it's unnecessary. I'd much rather add a Prostrate if we can find one. Could take a Just Lucky here. A little bit of Scry. These are all pretty skippable, ultimately. Did you know there are 3 different types of treasure chests in Slay the Spire? Small, medium, big. And you can tell which is which based on the artwork of the chest. Small, little rounded chest like this one with gray wood panels is the smallest chest. Contains approximately 25 gold if it has gold, and it contains a common or uncommon relic, never a rare. Easy choice for me to skip this. We're not going to be able to remove the curse that we get from the cursed key until after we fight our boss. So I'd rather simply not. But why is all the rum gone? Asking the important questions. These two are pretty easy, not a whole lot of combined health between them. I think we'll just enter Calm. Let's scry a little bit. Okay, Empty Fist is on top, so I'll actually just play that right away then. And I'll get 2 energy back. So I can play Empty Fist, Strike, Crush Joints, which is 1731 damage. We almost kill the green slime. I don't want to kill the fungi beast right now because that would make us vulnerable. And then the slime would attack us for 18. Oh, I actually don't play the Crush Joints either. Didn't have enough energy to make the Crush Joints apply vulnerable there. And have it work out. I hit the fungi first because I thought I was going to be killing the fungi on turn 2. Didn't realize I was going to have 2 more energy to work with, courtesy of Empty Fist. So I had to change my mind halfway through that turn. Oh, that'd be great, Vaylee. Sure. Get clips of each. The chest types. Evaluate. Almost takeable here. It's nice for the insights, which are zero-cost skills that can then activate crush joints. We do maybe want a block card for Guardian. I still don't think I want these cards, though. I would take a third eye, though. That I would take. Coincidentally, 13 damage, you say? How perfect. Wizard is our second target here. Wizard attacks for huge damage on turn 3. Whereas this Angry Gremlin is no problem. Shield Gremlin stands alone. Dies alone. Could take a second Empty Fist here. We're also offered Master Reality, allowing us to upgrade cards that are created during combat. I think Master Reality is a pretty iffy card most of the time. You need to be generating a lot of cards, and fundamentally the problem with this is that in order for Master Reality to benefit you, you have to first draw and play Master Reality, then you must draw and play a card that creates a card, and then you must draw and play that created card. That's a lot of steps, and it usually takes too long to actually work. But if you can get cards added directly to your hand, for example with Dead Branch, or for example the card Deceive Reality, then you can start to talk. A Dead Branch. Dead Branch is real good. Oh, hello, gentlemen. Prepare to get destroyed. Take that Brilliance next turn, actually. It'll do 1 more damage. Plus possibly Eruption. Yeah. Kerblam! Alright, 4 Energy Watcher, especially with Bag of Preparation, just kind of destroying everything. Take a Flurry of Blows? Maybe. Sash Whip? Let's just go into the Guardian fight with what we have. Perhaps I'll upgrade the Vigilance to improve our block situation a bit. Let's do that. This boss demands consistent block, and our best block card right now is Vigilance. It's got a good upgrade, +4. We'll put it to use, and if we have to, we can maybe get another block via the skill potion. But mostly we're just going to do lots of damage to Guardian here. Strike wouldn't have actually helped there, because the transform threshold. Strike, defend, crush joints next turn. Probably unlikely to be able to play that, so let's just get the defend. Block for 10. Do I take a little bit of damage in order to make this guy vulnerable for next turn? I think so. I think that's worth it with Eruption coming up. Not going to play the other thing, though. And yes, that was super worth it for the vulnerable this turn. Super duper worth it. Let's get Vigilance next turn. Defend, Empty Fist, then Vigilance. Let's me do 28 here. Nice. I'd say the Act 1 and Act 2 elites. Actually, let me talk about that after I get through this fight. Currently wondering whether we need to regen potion. We're very close to the end of this combat. Actually, hold on. Do I have a kill in my hand? That's an important question. Always check for lethal on Watcher, even if that lethal involves taking 16 damage to Guardian's Thorns. Let's see. If we play... It would be Eruption, Defend, Crush Joints, Brilliance, Strike. That's the line for the most damage here. How much damage is that, actually? 9 from Eruption plus 20 from Crush Joints. The other cards will be times 3. So Brilliance is whatever 18 times 3 is. Unfortunately, that's a number no one can ever know. Calculator knows, though. And we're already at lethal, so yes. Ouch. But also, bonk. Fight is over. And there's Mantra. Devotion to go with the Damaru. I love it. 2 more Mantra per turn. 3 more if upgraded. That's Divinity real quick. Could also take a Judgment to pick off low health enemies, or a Spirit Shield for block based on the number of cards in hand. But I don't think we have any particularly good interactions with either of these cards, whereas this is really starting to build towards something. And I'll be discarding the Skill Potion for the Fire Potion. Alright. We have some choices. Option 1, Tiny House. The old bunch of stuff. You get a potion, some money, a little bit of max health, 1 card, and 1 random upgrade. Tiny House is never really the best thing you could find, but it's always a little bit helpful. And if your other options are detrimental to you, it's worth considering. The bonuses are small, but cumulative with one another. They can be leveraged to survive. And sometimes that's all you need. I personally would like to see Tiny House also give you 1 common relic, and I think that would make it strong enough. But even as it is, it's got its uses. We could instead opt for a more permanent energy solution of some kind. Slaver's Color gives us extra energy during boss and elite combats, and Violet Lotus gives us energy when we leave Calm Stance. Currently, we only have 1 card that enters Calm, so I don't think we're likely to get a lot of use out of the energy from the Violet Lotus. Overall, I'm a little leery of energy, because I don't think we need necessarily more of it, especially if we start getting Mantra. But I think for elite and boss fights, having the extra energy would be quite helpful. So let's take the color here. We'll try to survive on our base 4 energy, which is completely fine in regular fights, and we'll save the extra little bit of gasoline for elite fights. And I think we should be reasonably able to bop several elites this act. So let's talk about the 3 elites of Act 2 real quick. You've got 3 slavers, 3 guys each with about 50 health. They all attack every turn, mercilessly. And you kind of have to rush them down damage-wise. You've got the Book of Stabbing, which stabs you more times every time it stabs you. And so you've got to rush it down damage-wise. And there's the Gremlin Leader, who continually improves his strength and summons waves of gremlins. You've got to rush him down damage-wise. There's a pattern here. All of the Act 2 elites are testing your ability to deal damage, but they all test it in slightly different ways. The Book of Stabbing is a race to do about 150 total damage, or actually 170 on higher Ascension. You have to have a good single target damage solution in order to kill the Book of Stabbing, or you are going to get knifed in the face 1,000 times to death. Gremlin Leader, meanwhile, tests your ability to deal damage to multiple targets. You have to be able to pick off the weak enemies. Or you have to be able to kill the Gremlin Leader's 150 health all at once, really quickly, in 2 or 3 turns. Those are the 2 ways to deal with the fight. So Gremlin Leader, more than anything else, is a test of area damage. Can you kill the gremlins while still putting damage towards the boss, the Gremlin Leader itself? And the Three Slavers is mostly a test of, can you deal 50 damage to one enemy on turn 1? Can you kill the Red Slaver or the front Blue Slaver on turn 1? And a Fire Potion helps a lot with that. Energy relic every turn except the first turn. Like a reverse lantern. Oh, I like that, actually. Gain an energy relic on every turn except turn 1. No other downside? I don't even think that would be that good of a boss relic, actually. Interesting. That turn 1 energy is very important. That's what I learned thinking about that for a second. Also very important, getting these stinky defends out of the deck. We need to go to some shops and purge some cards here. I think we're going this way. Something like that. Then we have option to not fight this elite. Potentially to not fight this elite if we're super scared, but we need the fires. We get a shop and a rest site before any elites occur as well. Great Salty, you remind me of an oldie but a goodie dad joke. What is a pirate's favorite letter? You'd think it'd be R, but his true love will always be the C. Jay Dublinson, thank you so much for 2 months of support. No refunds. Any other valid paths through the act? Actually, this looks pretty okay too. Yeah, lots of upgrades this path. Oops, purple is kind of cool looking actually. Lots of upgrades this way. But no shops, and I think that is unacceptable. We need to shops. It's a pirate's favorite noble gas. Argon. Be brilliance next turn. Do some damage? Could have played Vigilance in there too, but it wouldn't have changed anything. Okay, and that should be enough to kill. Even with Weaken. Beautiful. Okay. A lot of fights in early Act 2 are testing your ability to do 100 damage in 3 turns. That's about how much health Chosen has. It's about how much health the Spheric Guardian has. It's about how much health the Avocado has. And usually they don't use their threatening moves until turn 3 or so. So if you can kill them on the 3rd turn, you avoid the worst of the enemy damage. And you only have to block for a little bit on turn 1 and turn 2. Do we want a Foresight here? Extra Scry. Help me deal with curses when I have them. Goes really well with Vault. We've already got per turn stuff going on, so we want to wait turns in combat. Yeah, I'll take a Foresight. Really like scrying every turn. It's a heck of a thing. So again, about 100 damage here. This enemy has 60 health, and they gain 35 blocks, so 95 damage to kill the Spheric Guardian. Again, 3 turns. I'll use the regen potion to get most of our health over the course of 3 turns, unless I kill on turn 2, in which case, sadness. Can I do 66 damage this turn? If I draw Brilliance... Brilliance does 16 damage, so we would do 9... plus 14... plus 32... plus 20. Yes, that would kill, actually. And if I don't draw the Brilliance, I can kill it with the Fire Potion. Mostly that means I've bungled my regen potion, which is fine. Got it. No damage in 2 turns. I'll take one more Cut Through Fate. Draw and Scry is excellent. And as you get more energy, you want more cards that say draw cards on them, so that you can keep your turn going and actually spend all your energy. I think we gotta go Cultist first, though I don't like that. Damage numbers just do not line up. Good. Uh-oh. Well, that's bad. The Cut Through Fate. Okay, we have a chance to mitigate some damage next turn. Vigilance, Empty Fist, play the other stuff. Or can Empty Fist Vigilance keep the calm? That. A lot of damage on this turn. Alright, 21. Ouch. That's a big ouch. But not much I could do about that. I had to kill the cultist first, it felt like. Maybe if we'd focused on the Chosen first, that fate would have been prevented. During that fight, Adrelor and Enrique K, thank you both for 4 months each. That's 8 months total. Oddly drawn to Master of Strategy here. 0 cost, draw 3, but I think if we want a block solution, Mental Fortress has got to be it. Giving us block whenever we change stances, as well as, of course, purchasing a card removal. But if we just stayed in Wrath that turn for 24, could we have to kill the turn after? Yeah, actually. Didn't consider just staying in Wrath stance, forehead. But yeah. Oh, we should also buy this Fear No Evil if I'm buying a Mental Fortress. Yeah. That feels good. Surely Weave is okay. It's okay. We've only got 2 Cut Through Fates in the Foresight. It's coming back some of the time. But not enough of the time. Akabeko dramatic entrance. I actually kind of like that. It's very good for stuff like this. Really need to upgrade this devotion, man. Slash find a third card that says stance change on it. They'll each attack for 6, so Fear No Evil, defend is a full block. Good. Next turn also looks excellent. This Mental Fortress is helping a lot. Basically, always want to discard starter cards when you're scrying. can draw the good stuff. It's actually better to Fear No Evil Defend than it is to Vigilance. Draw me that eruption, please. Okay, this fight went exceedingly well. And now we have an exceedingly good potion in Ambrosia. Enter Divinity Stance. We're going to clobber some elites. Ooh. Simmering Fury Plus. The start of your next turn, enter Wrath, and draw 3. I actually kind of like that. That is card draw of a sort. A bit more stance control. And it comes upgraded for free. Not usually my favorite Wrath card, but I think it's a very cool card in its design. And this deck is already doing a lot of next turn stuff. Next turn gain Mantra, next turn gain Scry. Sure. What we need, though, is some way to block immediately. Otherwise, could be in Trouble Town. I am not trading my face here with Curse Key, no way. I think we'll take 50 gold for 6 health. But if I get in-loss Hungry Face, where the next chest is empty, then I'll have to open 2 chests to get the blue key, and that means 2 curses. So, no thank you. No way. Let's take some compensation. And we're going to upgrade Mental Fortress first, I think, making the block number bigger. But we could also consider upgrading the Devotion. First up, Gremlin Leader. I actually don't have a way to deal damage to multiple gremlins. However, I do have 5 energy per turn, so that counts for something. A couple folks asking the great question, which activates first, Simmering Fury or Damaru? Here's the order for you, and remember this one because it's very important. Devotion, Simmering Fury, Damaru. That means that Devotion and Simmering Fury work together the way you want them to. Damaru and Simmering Fury don't. That is to say, Damaru activates first, then you enter Wrath from Simmering Fury, then you gain Mantra from Devotion. So, yeah, it's weird. And I think that's a broad rule of when your turn begins, the relic bar activates first, then powers on the character activate, and then cards in hand activate. It's a broad rule applied in Spire, generally speaking. Fire Potion this turn. This is definitely getting played. This is definitely happening too. So, I don't think I bother saving 5. Let's just block, Simmering Fury. Have ourselves a good time. Yeah. Excellent. I really would like that Devotion in play, though, you know? Okay, he's not attacking. I don't need Vigilance then. We just want to kill the new gremlins. And keep up the assault. We'll be in Divinity very shortly. Gremlin Leader has the lowest chance of attacking if there are no gremlins on the field when the turn begins. So we just want to keep them on 0 gremlins until they're dead. Appropriately enough, get Gremlin Horn from the Gremlin Leader, giving us a card draw and 1 energy whenever an enemy dies. That's pretty sweet. Offered a pressure points plus. That I don't think I'll be taking. So, this style of chest is the largest of the three in Slay the Spire, this kind of hexagonal-looking black chest. These chests contain approximately 75 gold, if they have gold. It's a random chance whether they do or not. And they can contain only uncommon or rare relics, never a common relic. We're going to crack this one open. I can remove the curse very shortly. Only one elite fight, and I've got an ambrosia. We'll be fine. So let's see what's inside. There is 82 gold. That's a lot of money for the shop. We get a Writhe Curse, making our turn 1 a little bit worse, but not too bad overall. And 10 max health for the Sapphire Key. Have to say, 10 max health is really good. Especially on Watcher, who really likes being able to survive an attack from the heart. But I'm not sure I want to have to take another curse. Tough call here, actually. The 10 health is also very helpful for this elite. Is 10 max health worth 1 card remove? I would tend to say so, yes. It's a pretty good trade. I'm going to take it. The card in question that we have to remove is Next Act, to be clear. Let's see here. It's 4.5. Doing some quick math here. Do we have lethal if I use the ambrosia? I have to also use the fire potion, or this has to draw an attack. But yes. Yes, I do. I'm gonna do that. Okay, that feels pretty comfortable to me. We get our potion back, although it's definitely a worse potion. We're through that elite fight, no problem. Have an ink bottle now for more card draw. And there's the missing mantra card, Worship. 5 mantra all at once. I think I'm going to take that, so that we can properly get into Divinity. What we need now is a bit more card draw. Pretty funny, a second devotion. Medical kit's also rather interesting here. Ardent Unicorn, thanks for that tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. I think 2 devotions is a bit much now that we have the worship. Thinking ahead is kind of like card draw. I guess it is 0.1 card draw with ink bottle. Removing Writhe is like card draw. And saving our money for the next shop so that we can remove our next curse is kind of like card draw. I'm going to upgrade Devotion and then probably upgrade the Worship so that I can retain it. Do I need this empty body or anything crazy? Maybe. Who the heck knows? Take an event over a combat. I've got 2 potions to take into the elite fight. So I'll roll the dice on what this could be. It's actually just a snake plant, so yeah. Good for us. Okay, can't be playing that because I'm going to be playing both defend. So let's draw and exhaust Dissenter's Bane. Take 2 here. Thank you very much, Mental Fortress, for being so awesome. You are great. Get bonked on. More mantra, and this one adds an insight to the draw pile. You know what? I'll do it. We'll add a prey as well. That should be enough mantra cards for quite a while. Calm. Leave calm. Strength won't be a kill, so let's fire potion this guy. Just like before. Actually, I'm just going to discard this. See what else we got. Foresight. Perfect. Well, this fight has gone exceedingly well. Two mantra. Okay, he's dead no matter what, actually. And I could do better. +3, +5. Commence the 99 damage. What? Hello? Kill this one, I guess. Get him. $99 damage. Meat on the bone. Our hit points are at or below half. Heal 12 at the end of combat. That's beautiful, especially given that we're just below half. Actually, wait. We have to fight the Bronze Tomato right now. Heck. Well, I'm going to upgrade Prey, and we're going to destroy this boss. Cool. What I'm not going to do is take any of these cards. More mantra. That means pray worship on turn 1 is instant divinity. Which is pretty sweet. This boss is all about the turn 6. On turn 6, this boss uses the deadly hyper beam ability. Our goal? Don't let them do that. Just straight up, don't. Alright, Prey actually takes me into Divinity here on turn 2. Brilliance does nice damage. I'm not going to play that Eruption. Actually, I draw another card too. It goes to 16 by 2. I think I should just let the turn end. Note that at the start of the next turn, we should gain block from Mental Fortress 2 times. We leave Divinity, and that counts as changing our stance, because Divinity automatically ends itself, and then we enter Wrath via Simmering Fury. It's going to be 2 stance changes, and I should get 12 block at the start of next turn. Yes, Ink Bottle would have played the... would have activated the would have been activated by Distilled Chaos. Yes, that does work. 12 block. And you're holding my devotion. Just enter Divinity next turn, forehead. Easy. Gotta say, I'm really loving the card draw of the Simmering Fury so far. $96 damage. We go for Obscene Block. Empty Fist. Actually, let's go Vigilance, Eruption, Warship, Simmering Fury. Just block for 48 here. Stay in Wrath. Discard this nonsense. And back into Divinity on this turn. GG. Not too bad. This deck is fun. And I think it's going to be even more fun with an Omniscience, letting us double any one card in the draw pile. That could be a power, like Devotion or Mental Fortress, or it can just be a mantra card, like Worship, for instantaneous divinity on turn 1. Could also take Wish here and wish for money. That would slow us down a bit, a deck that's already fairly prep heavy. I don't think so. Ooh, Snecko Eye, huh? Actually not a great Snecko deck, other than the Omniscience, of course, which is 4 cost. Most of the deck is just 1 cost stuff. Fusion Hammer would give us a ton of energy, but prevent us from upgrading stuff. It still might be a really good Snecko. Just more draw means we would draw more mantra cards more quickly. So we enter Divinity, and then we have so much energy, it doesn't matter the cards are random cost. Also, don't really like Fusion Hammer with Meat on the Bone, as there's less use for resting. Could take the Culling Bell, but I worry about the card draw being a problem. It's true Snecko does not play nice with Insights. Fortunately, we just have 1 card that makes Insight. Tough call here. I think it's between the Calling Bell and the Snecko Eye, personally. We just had a Snecko run. Let's take a Calling Bell. Give me 3 relics, 1 common, 1 uncommon, 1 rare. We get a Potion Belt to hold on to new potions, a Kunai to give us dex if we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, and best of all, the Golden Eye, scrying 2 additional cards whenever we scry. That is, in and of itself, more than enough to completely solve the problem of the curse. And in general, is going to be obscenely useful now that the fun do not stop. Lots of elites this act, if we wanted, by the way. We could do as many as 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Although, what about upgrading things? What about upgrading things? Foresight kind of wants an upgrade. Worship kind of wants an upgrade. Truthfully, we don't need any of it. What we do need is to open the mid-act chest and remove a curse probably shortly after. So maybe we'll go to this store, which means we definitely want to go to one of these 3 chests. I should have money to remove at this shop and this shop. Although that's probably true of the Act 4 shop also. I'll still look at it. Something like this. We have option here. Okay, these should be in red. just the green path. Okay, I like that. The exact path we take is going to depend a little bit on what we get at the shop and from our combat rewards here. Ow? Alright. Could have used the Distilled Chaos, but would much prefer to hold on to it. Bonk. So like a wheel kick for being an attack that draws cards, something this deck surely needs more of, especially as our energy generation gets on point. I'm taking a wheel kick. Talk to the Hand is here. Apotheosis is here. Apotheosis says upgrade freaking everything, and then don't worry about how many cards you have. We can also afford a third eye alongside, which would be an obscene amount of scry. I like them together quite a lot, actually. Talk to the Hand's not bad either. But I love this Apotheosis. Especially with the Kunai, because the defense are useful still. Well, I'm taking those things. How much is it? 150 for a card remove. We have to make sure we have that much by the time we get here. Freaking everything. What it says. More scry really is more card draw, it's true. Also terrifying. Team plus 20. Okay, you die. Good. Wonderful. So we're Divine next turn with this Prey if I play Worship here, which I will. Let's get rid of these. Give me Strike, Empty Fist, Mental Fortress, Prey. This gets retained, actually, so I can play this too. Kill you. Many mantra. It's the front one attacking. I should be able to kill that. Perfect. So check the order here. We play Simmering Fury when we have 7 mantra. We gain mantra from Dumaru. I guess it doesn't, you can't really tell when we enter Wrath, right? Because we're already in Wrath. But we're not going to go back into Wrath. Let's just say that. Now we're in Divinity. Brilliance does 111 damage. Just cause. Trying to up the ink bottle here. Just Lucky, I think, is spectacular with the Goldeneye and the Kunai. It's Scry 3. Gain block with bonus from Dexterity. And counts towards the Kunai itself. Beautiful card. Second cut, Fear No Evil was also, I suppose, somewhat acceptable. I will happily look at 3 colorless cards here at the Sensory Stone event. There's lots of good card draw cards. We could also get another Apotheosis if we were so inclined. But I'm really liking Finesse and Flash of Steel with the Kunai here. Trip as another source of vulnerable. I like that too. Yeah, let's go Trip, Flash of Steel, Kunai. Finesse, Flash of Steel, excuse me. I like it. Dark Shackle's not bad either. Ever take that bandage up? In a world where I don't have meat on the bone, I would definitely think about it. But with the meat on the bone, we have no need whatsoever. How about Madnesses? Do we have any need for Madnesses? I don't think so. Deck already has plenty of energy. And now we have added zero-cost cards. We'll just lose our max health here. Alright, the time has come to choose. Now that we have Apotheosis, I really do want to... I want to go to a couple rest sites, because we want to upgrade Apotheosis, we want to rest. So I think I'm going here, upgrading Apotheosis, and then we're taking the red path up the middle. Fighting 1, 2 elites, maybe 3, depending on whether we feel like we need to remove the curse at the fire or not, at the shop or not. Yeah. And I've kind of marked these green and red to indicate to me the level of difficulty. Actually, wait, this green path is better, right? Hold on. Because we get 2 elites either way. We get rest sites here. There's no rest sites here. Red path would give me the option to go to the 3rd elite, though. And the upgrades don't really matter because we have an Apotheosis. So yes, I do not want to go to the rest sites because we have Apotheosis. So let's just clear that off now. I'm divine now. Greetings, Spikermans. What? Oh. I understand. Okay, Prey would put me instantly divine. I don't want that. So Wrath Burst, then Divinity. Wallop, excellent with Divinity in general. Does damage, and we then gain block equal to the damage dealt by Wallop. The more damage you can do, the better it becomes. Very good card overall. Reptomancer, we have a Gremlin Horn to help us out here. Yeah, there's Eruption, finally. Good. Please give that to me. Just cut through fate to kill you. Rain Omniscience next turn. Seems pretty good, actually. Better yet, Pray this turn, Omniscience next turn. She attacks. Beautiful. I can Omniscience the Wallop after entering Divinity for the biggest Blanc of ever. Hit for 27 times 2 randomly. I love it. Get him. Top part of the deck. Okay. Is that a Cinder's Bane? 98 block that turn. That is a lot of block, let me tell you. Feels like I need some draw here. Perfect. Empty Fist, Vigilance, Surgery. With a good turn this turn. You dead, lady. Thinking none of these. Arrowback says, if you had it so that you were getting 10 Mantra from Devotion and had Demaru, could you end your turn with 9 Mantra, enter Divinity from Demaru, enter Wrath, and then enter Divinity again? I believe so. I think that would work. You would have 3 stance changes almost all instantaneously. It's pretty cool. Alright, what do we get? Pain! And a Bottled Lightning for the Apotheosis. No, the pair. The pair. But would I have opened the chest? If I didn't have to. Probably not, honestly. Alright, that means I'll be going this way, likely. I don't want to have Pain in my deck for Time Eater. This seems fine, though. Greetings, Nemesis. What we got? Discarded the Pain. Good. Very good. Still taking 21 on turn 1 here, though. Fortunately, Meat on the Bone will help with that. Question is, do I die on turn 2 outright? That's the real question. Currently, the answer is maybe, although this hand looks pretty good. Whew, that's tough. We figured it out, though, how to block. Ouch. Shouldn't have done that. Boot from Nemesis, classic. Prostrate from Nemesis, less classic. Pretty good, though. Excellent with Kunai. Spire Growth is up next. I might want to use Ancient Potion here, but I should probably keep that for heart. Let's just draw a lot of cards here. +4, +2. Not enough. Can't do 150 damage with this hand either. This hurts a bit then. Ow! More than a bit, actually. Holy crap. Apotheosis. Heck. I should have used the potion. Now I'm dead. Well, almost dead anyway. That'll work. So vigilance, empty fist, wallop. That's perfect. Okay, meat on the bone keeps us barely in the fight. I love this cut through fight. I also love this meditate. I have to survive one more fight. Gonna be cut. Uh-oh. Well, Gremlin Horn is here to save us, maybe. Yes. Good. Could enter Divinity right now. I think that's a good idea. Oh no! Oh no, you dare. The pain. The ink bottle tradership. The brutality of it, man. Ouch. Freaking ouch, man. Hope I don't need those hit points. Ooh, sure looks like I did. Uh-oh. I think I have to flex potion. I don't know. Minimum. Empty fist and flash of steel. Discard this. GoldenEye is going to do all of the work here. Pretty much. Oh man, Frozen Eye, GoldenEye? No, I gotta remove the pain. Please, lose the pain. Please, the pain. You must leave. Okay. Heal me? Okay. Don't have a lot of health for the boss fights. That's a bit of a problem. It's increasingly a problem. Okay, we take some damage on turn 1. Some spooky damage on turn 1. Devotion down, though. Uh-oh. What can save me from this? Omniscience something. Let's see, double wallop is only 18 block. We die. Double mental fortress, no. Double third eye isn't enough block either. I can enter divinity, but there's no point, right? Double wheel kick can draw me a lot of cards, but then I only have one energy left. Likewise, double cut through fate. Not sure what the hope is to draw into. Eruption into Omni Wallop? Okay, we block for 36, we get attacked for 60. Do the math there. Yeah, I think we're just a little too slow here. No front-loaded block, which I did see coming a little ways away. What if the Protect would have helped? There is a warship in the draw pile. By Eruption, I have 6 energy. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Yeah, so it's either Eruption, double wheel kick, or Eruption, double cut through fate plus, which would scry 5 twice and then draw 1. If there's any 2 cards I have a vague hope of winning with, what would they be? Warship Wallop. Oh my god, that's the line. Let's try it. That's not a good sign. Here's the warship. But I'm gonna run out of cards here, yeah? Wait. I should keep the finesse, right? Because it draws 1. So we go warship. Strike. Just lucky. No, yeah. Use the... discard the finesse. 3 energy. So I have to get Wallop. With the ink bottle. Just lucky first. There it is! We lived! Chat, we figured it out. There was a line, and we used it. And we lived for 1 more turn, at least. But only for 1 more turn, at least. Now what? Right? Now we need to gain more decks. Is that enough block? This is 10... 23, dang it. Exactly 30. Is there no way to live on 1? think we are doomed here. That means I need to either discard the Just Lucky or the Prostrate. Try to find something better. Yeah, here's where Frozen Eye would pay off big time. I think I discard this. Now we peek. Oh, right, I'm drawing one. I understand. That's okay, actually. That should work out. Yeah, that should work out. The deck's first. Now scry. Keep those two. Live on 2. Wow. Sad Mental Fortress. I disagree. Happy Mental Fortress. Now we're in business. Happy Mental Fortress noises. Oh, we didn't even play the Foresight during the first portion of this fight. That's crazy. Well, don't ask me how, but we've somehow survived this combat. So I think we have. Oh yeah, definitely. How'd we win? Just lucky, I guess. Okay, Awaken one! Yay! Alright, we have a chance. I don't think Time Eater would have gone over well, but Awaken 1 usually loses to the Kunai. Usually. Question is, which powers do we play? That's the tricky thing to have an answer to. Don't want to omniscience anything. We're definitely going to be killing the birds. Need some help with that. Oh, thank you, Apotheosis, for being early. That means the warship is staying in my hands. Where it belongs. If the strike kills, then I can play something else. I think I may want to play the Simmering Fury here, knowing what I'm drawing. Let's do this. Take 4. Damage wheel kick. To block for 8 times 4 this turn. Our goal is to get a kunai proc or 2, better yet, on this turn. No. Yes, we want Foresight. Even though it gives the Awakened One strength. Yes, Finesse. Yes, yes, no. Perfect. Mental Fortress also wants to be in play here. Two. 43. 40, and we can play the Mental Fortress also. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. Some powers aren't worth playing against Awakened One, but some are. The major advantage to playing a power is that you won't draw it again. In addition to, of course, being able to take advantage of its effects. But not having those powers show up in your hand turn after turn after turn is so vital to staying alive. Lose the devotion still. We're divine next turn anyway, so I'll lose worship also. $162 damage brilliance. So we can get a kill this turn if we wish to. Maybe if I can get... Yeah, okay, I will then. So kill. Then double devotion. So now we're gaining 6 mantra per turn. In Simmering Fury, I guess. Then I die, because I draw no exits. That'll be fine. I'm scrying cards too, right? Yeah, I can just get into Divinity with Prey. We've got Trip, Divinity, Wallop. What could be better? Bonk. Bonk. More bonking. Thanks to the immense scry of Goldeneye, we're able to just cycle these scry cards pretty effortlessly. Also GG. Wow, we actually made it to Act 4? I am frankly shocked. 2 thump, 2 thump, 2 thump. A deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of this barely enough health? Both shocked and appalled, as you should be. I'm sleeping. Yeah, that was a real brain buster. That Omniscience turn against Donu and Deca. I was like, there has to be some combination of 2 cards that makes almost 30 block somewhere in here. Worship, Wallop. And then we had to, like, ink bottle our way to victory. That was glorious. That was ridiculous. Unfortunately, we have no dollars, which means no lesson learned, but worse, no rushdown. And no potion. But we will face The Spire Spear and Spire Shield. Stinky, stinky jerks. What do you got? Or cut through fates and such. I don't want that brilliance for damage next turn. Let's just discard these two. We'll go Prey, Simmering Fury, Prost... Ooh, wait, I think I should take a little bit of damage here, so that I can get all of the important stuff in play. Fear no evil, Simmering Fury, Prey. Don't play Defend. Take 8 damage, so that we can draw more cards with more energy and have 6 Mantra at the start of the next turn. Actually, no, more than that. 9? 9 Mantra at the start of the next turn. Unfortunately means only Worship will get me there, but Worship will get me there. Although, wait. If Worship is the only Mantra card, then I should not play the Prey, because we get there either way. So we should go... Fear no evil, Simmering Fury, Defend, or we can also Crush Joints to get a Dex and take 7. Let's take nothing. Not concerned with the insight there. Okay, what the heck is on top of the deck? Seems really unlikely that I can kill the Spire Spear. Let's take a look-see here. Oh, we do get Omniscience. Okay. So, currently we've got 5 Mantra, 15 Mantra, once you account for Omniscience, Worship. So, Brilliance Plus is 16, 16 plus 15 is 31, 31 times 3 is how much? 93. So, Brilliance will do 93 damage. And we'll have 2 Just Luckies and an Empty Fist. So we do 93 plus 12 plus 12 plus 42. It's 159 damage. That's enough to kill the shield, but not the spear. So that's what we'll do. Kill the shield, but not the spear. Even with the fire potion, it wouldn't be enough to kill the Spire Spear. Those are good stuff. Just Lucky over here, not that it matters at all. Oh wait, actually I am going to draw a card. It did matter. Foolish. I think I might have been able to prevent some of this damage if I'd gotten the Wallop instead of the Vigilance. Not going to worry about it too much though. I think we'll be just fine in Heart. Divinity next turn equals dead. We saw one Talk to the Hand for sale in a store, but I chose to buy something else. Otherwise, we have not seen a lot this run, no. Oops. Dang it. I'll actually just use the fire potion to have ink bottle in the right number. Feels like a weird use of the fire pot, but not a bad one. Do I add and evaluate? I don't think so. I think we're just gonna let our kunai go ballistic here as we battle the hearts. Show me Apotheosis. Well, we have Omniscience at least. Omniscience can duplicate any one power. The question is, do we duplicate Devotion or do we duplicate Mental Fortress? But I'd like to weave. We did see a weave before I had the kunai. Now that I have the kunai, I probably would have taken a weave. But I don't think it's necessary. I think I want that Mental Fortress doubled. Although, how am I going to take immediate advantage? It's an imperative question. I actually go Divinity at the start of the next turn instantly if I double Devotion. Let's do that. Let's double Devotion. Omni Apotheosis dumb? I think so. I think we can get it in play pretty quick. Oh yeah, well. No to all of that. I'll keep the wheel kick for the card draw. I'm not going to play the finesse. Oh, actually, Omni Foresight was also really good there. For the massive, massive scry. And upon reflection, I think that was actually the correct answer. Ow. I'm gonna die now. My hit points. Nice. Ouch. Okay, I managed not to die. Good. Gotta be next turn, huh? No foresight. Hours on the bottom. Definitely should have duplicated foresight. Could be in real trouble next turn. Doesn't Beat of Death just kill me? No, we have Just Lucky into Cut Through Fate. Although I won't be able to scry a dang thing. Heck. I think we're dead. Let's see what we got. The fact that there are 0 cards in the draw pile is a core problem, I would describe right now. And we're dead. Dang. GG. Couldn't quite cut it here. Couldn't quite cut through fate it. I do feel like, well, if we'd bought in Frozen Eye, we would have known the powers were on the bottom. But duping the Devotion was absolutely the wrong pick for this fight, given the way the card order worked out. GG, we came so close, and I think this run was totally winnable. But I have botched it at the end here, and that's fair, because I'm heckin' tired, and I'm definitely done with Spire for now. Can't think straight. GG. GG. Alright, reset the streak. And swap the stream. I'm done thinking. I think we will hack around in the monster trade to wind down the stream. Something I don't have to think for. Elden Ring's fault? No, it's just that Watcher run, that defect run followed by that Watcher run. I'm completely out of mental energy here. Those were very difficult runs. Just surviving Donu and Deka in that Watcher run was all I had. And now I sleep. Brain has no calories. Also, I need food because I'm hungry. Backhanded burn on Monster Train? No, more a backhanded burn on the way that I play Monster Train. I wouldn't exactly call myself a great Monster Train player, by the way. Many who win more consistently, more successfully than I, but have a lot of fun. Choo-choo.
Hell, our home. Frozen when heaven extinguished the pyre.
Bring me in there. Shaylin, thank you so much for 26 months. Might have lost the Spire run, but not my mod. And Muscle Confusion, thank you for 2 months of keeping it cozy. I'm going to start a standard run on random to give you some cozy music to listen to here. I'll talk a little bit about our starting condition, and then I'm going to go on break, refill the water, stretch the legs. Looks like we've got Wormkin plus Umbra. It's definitely a fun clan combination. Our Spine Chief, who specializes in taking advantage of the Wormkin's special mechanic, the Charged Echoes. Appreciate those 100 bits, Luminescent. These Bounding Echoes in particular are going to be able to generate a lot of Charged Echoes for us. See you later, Princess Haram. So in Monster Train, there are 6 different clans. You start a run with 2 of them. 1 primary, which generates your starting champ, and 1 secondary, which adds cards to the deck just like your primary does, but doesn't give you a champion. Do we go Corruptor or Decayer? The Corruptor version gives friendly units bonus damage based on the number of charged echoes, and we're very good at generating those. Or the Decayer version applies a status effect called Reap to enemies when echoes are gained on his floor. It's the Inspire keyword. I think I'll take the Decayer version, and we will generate many echoes to get lots of reaping. Do we Volatile Gauge, making our cards random cost, the Monster Train equivalent of Snecko Eye? I don't think so. I think we just take 5 health on all of our units to make the early fights a little bit more manageable. I'm also going to take this 100 gold in exchange for 10 pact shards, making enemies a bit stronger. Lastly, it's going to be break time. Refill of the legs, stretch the water. When I return, this Monster Train run will get on track. And we'll see if we can maybe find ourselves a Glug Cider or a Shadow Siege to get a gold banner on. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Oh, that's not the right thing. There we go. Okay, folks, we're back. Thank you for your patience while I was away. Let's have ourselves some cozy monster train. Bonus damage. Our champ is super tanky with 50 base health. Thanks to these hammered chest plates, I'm sure we'll have the durability required. Again, this champ's gimmick is Inspire Reap. Reap is damage at the end of each turn. That's dependent on the amount of charged echoes we've generated on the floor. Whenever we play a card with a purple border, an infused card, we get 1 charged echo on the floor that we played that card. I'm gonna put the Spine Chief in the middle here. That lets us kill the high damage enemies while they're still on the bottom floor. And have the Spine Chief deal with the things that are a little bit tougher. They want to kill this Collector. Killing this kind of cherub enemy that appears on turn 2 will net you quite a lot of money. And I'm going to give the Spine Chief some lifesteal here. Just a little bit, not a lot. Keep him alive through these enemies attacking him. This one will reach the pyre. We'll take 4 damage. That's okay. I think. Give them some reaping. Mainly weakness 3. See what these both are. Okay, just roll a morsel. Nothing with damage output. Okay, we'll just put melee weakness on her. That way we only get hit 1 time. Take another 6 damage to the pyre. Kill this guy. Buff you. Hey there, Sir Van Buren. How you doing today? Easy. Bonk. Jimble Sorrow, thank you so much for 3 months of support and the Prime sub. Much bonking. There's our infused card, Echo Infusion. It's an extract card, so it requires charged echoes to work, but this one's infused, so it gives the echo back, essentially a net 0, but it'll still trigger the Inspire keyword. For an easy 10 health, I like that a lot. We'll take it. Ooh, and an infused Perils of Production, that's incredible if we get holdover on it. Double incredible if we then use that alongside the Immortal Trades. Perils is a 0-cost card that gives you energy immediately, kind of like a turbo, and then has you lose energy on future turns, but there's ways around that. And I definitely think we want to piggyback off the Inspire keyword here with the way this deck is headed. Keeper of Echoes boosts all units on their floor whenever we gain an Echo, or the Shard Soul Carver gains bonus damage and armor 2. Perils is rough without holdover. The goal is give it holdover. If we can. I might even go Merchant of Magic first in pursuit of that. Not clear. Problem is we don't have the capacity for Shard Soul Carver plus Spine Chief on the same floor. That makes me want to go Keeper of Echoes here. I guess the Kinhost Pupa is an option too. An egg. Eggs need echoes to hatch. That's the problem. It's true, we could take the Carver to use it as an infusion for something later. I'm going to go with Keeper of Echoes. I'm a big fan of Keeper. I think I will go to the Merchant of Magic first. Permafrost. When you summon a morsel unit on this floor, create a copy. Oh yeah, I have morsels. Awkward. Probably gonna get rid of the morsels, to be entirely honest. Shield 5. The stat's actually not a bad infusion for our Keeper of Echoes, oddly enough. Explore, we're getting probably Herzl's Horde Umbra Banner. Okay, I'll wait till then. We're gonna minus cost one of these fractures, and then we're gonna re-roll, looking for holdover. Eternal Stone lets me remove Consume. Could make a permanent Bounding Echoes, although I don't think that's very good. Alright, well I got nothing good, so we'll pay for a Purge. Take this money, and be on our way. Armor 10. Unit draft is really good, although the Armor 10 might be a real problem. These are the hasty boys. I think this Spine Chief will make it work, actually. Because we have the AoE Reap, and we can stack a lot of damage. At least that's the idea. There's a spooter on my microphone. Excuse me. Okay, we have been escorted out. You first. You're going behind? In front. Hey there, Muscle Confusion. I've been playing a lot of Elden Ring, and I have been having a wonderful time with it. Just a positively glorious time with it. Get it. Do I Immortal trade you? I'm gonna go with yes. Get some health back, sir. Yeah, it's open world exploration done really, really well. With a very solid RPG mechanic background to it. Oh heck, this turn's not good. Actually, that's not too bad. Not too bad at all. One damage to the player. That's a Dark Souls classic, playing with tape. If you start a game of Dark Souls and anger the crestfallen warrior at the start, immediately, you can have a bad time that way. It's classic. Give me the health. Give me the rage. Give me the power. Yes. And how's it going, Calibros? I have not talked about the survey results yet. I'll have to sit down this weekend to read through them all. There's many hundreds. So it's been this kind of like daunting data dump for me. Ooh, I actually rather like sticking a bogfly into our battle line and increasing our capacity by 1 to account for this little boy to get big stat boosts with. You're coming with me, bogfly. You won't be useful for a while, but you're coming with. Oh, actually. Never mind, you're useful immediately. Ooh. What if it was 3 flies instead of 1? I like it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Don't know if this is gonna work, but I really, really hope it does. We may need to intrinsic the space prism for best results. Oh, hey. Best results. Get. Well, that was mighty convenience. Now I think we have something. It's 3 flies in 1. What do we got here? Yeah, we just looked there. Ooh. An additional unit to squeeze in. Conscription notice would require us to take yet another point of capacity, but could be pretty good otherwise. The idea is that we have a whole battle line that's getting buffed by the Keeper of Echoes. And then the distributed stats are very good. Let's give it a try. There's damage shield 5 again. We'll go Merchant of Magic, Unstable Vortex, Merchant of Steel, Unstable Vortex, the next 2 nodes. So I am getting 1 more Wormkin banner. Alright, in that case, I'm not going to bother taking either of these. So Conscription Notice is a random unit from any clan, but it's always going to be a 2 capacity, 1 cost unit. So it's actually a rather limited set of units that can be pulled. You can't get Glugsider or Shadow Siege, for example. Ooh. I'll pay coins. Ah, totally worth it. 25% cheaper merchants. Easy. And I, for one, am really looking forward to see how this deck deals with Telos. This is that stinkier Rage Telos. She's mean. Real mean. Attacking for 14 here. Got a Lady of the House, 1 capacity, 4560 stats. Holy moly, she's tough. Get in there, lady. Hey there, Virtual 256. Ended in disaster, unfortunately. Couldn't quite cut it against the heart. Be back for you later, Bugfly. Killed this one, actually. The most damaging creature that won't be hitting our frontline tank. She'll be dead from burnout. Play the Steward so it dies? Gives Telos some armor, but I'm not worried. Let's get some extra damage on this one. Melee weaknesses. That's probably a good idea. Okay, we can play the Bogflies if we draw them again, but I doubt we will before Telos arrives, or combat times. Which means we can actually use morsels until then. It's good. Drawing that next turn, that means I can play the Immortal Trade and I don't lose much. Do unfortunately fail to kill this enemy before they reach the pyre, so we take a little bit of pyre damage. More worried about the next wave, though. If we can't kill these units in time, then we'll die. Okay. Die. If I play the Perils of Production, I'll only have 1 energy next turn. That's still enough to play the Bogfly, though. Don't think it much helps here. Okay, we'll skip that. We're still working towards getting all of the cards in Monster Train with a Divine Border. We're still missing Shadow Siege and Glugsider, 2 of the really high-cost, difficult-to-play units from these 2 clans, actually. And I might just want the stat bonuses. Although we could put some Reap on lower units here. I just want the stats. Come on, Bugfly. Please. Again, I want the stats, I think, more than I want to put Reap on Telos. Wow. There you are. Perfect timing. Alright, that'll be 3 Bogflies in the back. Bang! Each with 25 attack power. And that's a lot of damage output to this boss. GG. Actually, 37 now that I've played a couple more cards. You can go above the limit of 4 echoes on a floor for a turn. It's only at the end of the turn after combat resolves that these extra echoes are lost. Just in time to make the difference there. GG. Alright, that means we've beaten our first major boss, and I think gotten through the most difficult part of the run. We're offered some very expensive extract cards, double buffs and armor, or apply minus 666 health to 1 unit. Could also make copies of a morsel, although we're pretty limited on floor space. I think personally we're going to be skipping all of these, taking not a singular one. Ooh. But I do like adding Etch Reap onto our Keeper of Echoes. Heck, we could even straight swap the Keeper of Echoes for the Glare Miner. Although then we would lose the ability to buff all of these Bogflies, so I don't think I want to do that. There's one last Wormkin banner, actually. I'll roll the dice. See what we get there. And we're taking +1 capacity as our boss reward here. That means we'll have enough space to both play the conscription notice unit and the Bogfly. Very important. Still no holdover, though. Ooh. It's an interesting option with a Space Prism. Reusable Space Prism. Kind of defeats the purpose, though. Adding Echoes intrinsic would be decent. Not great. Other Keeper of Echoes. Give the Keeper itself double stat scaling on Inspire? Yeah. Let's try it. Now it's twice as many of itself. We're going to upgrade our champ. We're either able to increase the amount of Reap when we gain a Echo, or we're able to give the ability to generate Echoes by striking foes with the Infector Crosspath. And if we take Infector 2, we'll gain Multi-Strike on our champ here, which I think is incredible. That Strike gain 1 Echo will also activate the Spine Chief's own Inspire ability, as well as the Keeper of Echoes' Inspire ability, and I think we're really starting to head to Silly Town now. I love it. Absolutely love it. Still no holdover. Oof. I do like Permafrost on Forced Contamination, though. Melee weakness 3 at a key moment. Let's see, what's next? We're doing Merchant of Steel, Unstable Vortex with no money. I'm going to keep this money, then. So we'll finally get unit upgrades. Cool. 80 shards going into this combat could be tough. I think I should probably avoid giving enemies multi-strike. I think that would be a bad idea. We're strong, but not that strong. And I may need to set up on the top here. So, let's not take the challenge. Ooh, stinky. Lady in the front. The key best of echoes, that's right. Kill those. Make a morsel and have it die. Don't play perils? Question mark? Yeah, don't play perils. Look at all those plus ones. The power. Okay, we're just playing these for the echoes up top. The morsels don't actually matter, unfortunately. Look at those stat boosts, man. Just look at them. Some healing, Mr. Spine Chief. I almost say this is working too well. And you're melee weak now. Wait, you guys didn't die because there weren't any echoes on that floor. That makes sense. Of course, this boss has 19x2 attack power, which is super spooky. At least it would be if we weren't so danged well set up top here. Maybe we could have taken the multi-strike challenge after all. Look at these flies. 67 attack power each. It's beefy. And they actually get stronger during the combat as our Spine Chief attacks. Ooh. Ambient Charge infused. Draw 3, apply consume to any spells drawn. It's card draw. I'm taking card draw. Ember Forge for more energy each turn. Interesting. Engine upgrade basically does the same thing but better. Not that I have a use for the energy, unfortunately. So I don't think we want this. And it's finally time for a Merchant of Steel. We can actually upgrade our units. Did you know that? This Bogfly can have an upgrade on it? Pretty cool. Alright, Shade Splitters, I'm sorry, but you're kind of bad in this deck. Quick. Not sure how much I want quick. Damage Shield 3 is great for Keeper of Echoes, though. Like you. My children! What do you mean I have to choose? We definitely want one of these echo-generating artifacts. Bog Slime is an artifact whenever an echo whenever something is consumed. Whereas the Korska gives us 1 energy and 1 echo whenever something is extracted. So 1, 2, 3. 3 extract cards versus way more than that consume-wise. Okay, it's going to be Bog Slime. It's just going to have to be. I'll make you quick. You get him, Bogfly. The Harvesters of Death. I think they're going to be Harvesters of Dead. Because they're going to die. Yeah. Ooh, a sweeper. You go here. Then damage shield. Hit the big guy. What's Quick do? Quick allows your units to attack before the enemies, meaning that you can use your damage output to prevent the damage the enemies would do on the same turn, which is quite nice. Actually kind of bad in some cases because it prevents the Spine Chief from attacking. We'll sort that out later. Uh-oh, our fly didn't arrive. Yikes. That's okay, we've got a lot of reaping we can do. Oh yes, do we ever. Now those are consumed. So they'll add an additional charged echo. And that just means everybody die from all the reaping. Damage from Reap is equal to the Reap stacks times the number of charged echoes, so as we increase our ability to do both of those things, the damage starts to become truly obscene. And yes, the Silophyte is a Stygian. She's coming from the conscription notice, which summons units from any clan. Kind of weird how that works. Game is definitely complicated compared to Slay the Spire, but not as difficult in terms of decision making. If you're feeling daunted by it visually, I'd recommend giving it a try, seeing how it actually plays. You might be surprised at how easy it is to pick up. But yeah, there's a lot going on, especially if you play at the faster animation speeds. And just in general, crammed and cramped floors can be a little absurd. Get him. Poor guys. The big harpy, 6 times 7, it's a terrifying total. But we have answers. Wow. Squall Thunder, thank you so much for keeping it cozy. 2 months of support. Heck yeah. I have some morsels to kill. Effortless. Simply effortless. GG. Look at the stat line. 70s across the board, lots of health, tons of reap. GG. Return a consume spell, or return soul, return a spell card from the discard pile, and make it infused and consume. I like that return soul lets us essentially target cards we want to destroy, gaining all the more echoes for doing so. Powers of Knowledge could be a lot of damage too, although it's only to one target. Let's take a return soul. And let's definitely take an infused Ember Cache. It says infused consume. That should be all you need to know. But it also adds 3 themselves consuming cards, which will yet benefit the Bog Slime. Beautiful. So much consuming. So much power. Is there anything in this deck I would like to duplicate? Actually, not really. Guess they'll go to the Merchant of Magic then. Oh, there's Holdover. Okay. So we can do Holdover Perils. That sounds good. Holdover means that after the card is played, it goes back on top of the draw pile at the start of the next turn. That lets us do some very silly nonsense. Stack. Melee weakness 6. Ooh, I like that. Or I can go more lifesteal and more Ember Drain on one of these immortal trades. Let's double stack the Force Contamination. Make that twice as strong. I'm gonna purge a Shade Splitter. No more cards, please. What's here? Pretty magic power or intrinsic? No, thank you. What here? Make a unit 1 capacity. Oh my goodness, we can break the game. Make you small now. Now we're going to duplicate that at this Hellvent, and the real game breaking can begin. Hey there, Oliver. The relics seem a lot less impactful. I would agree, some of them do. But other relics like this Bog Slime here can be absolutely game-changing. They can be really swing or miss. Okay, I definitely want to go bottom floor against Cursefell. She's the big stinky. Take 5 or... Don't play the Keeper of Echoes? That seems like a bad idea. I'll take 5. Hey, at least it's infused. So we're setting up on the bottom because these Absolver enemies add essentially curses to the top of your draw pile if you let them. Each and every turn they're alive, they'll do that. And to stop them, you must kill them. Keep that turn going, please. Please and thank you. Oh, right, because the sweeper. See you later, Phil. What does Reap do again? It's damage equal to the number of Reap stacks times the number of charged echoes. So it's massive, massive damage at this point. And Reap never decays, does not decrease over time like Poison does. Ow. I need some lifesteal on him. Hey look, lifesteal. Oops. Awkward. I have no ember. Ouch. I'm gonna take damage again? Yes. No, I have perils at least next turn. Was that 300 damage from Reap at the end of that turn? Jeez. Glad we had some health to spare for this fight. Ouch. Is it possible to kill the boss before all of the waves happen? Yes! Sometimes referred to as a flying boss kill. You get a score bonus for doing this. Have some Reap. Casual 156 damage. Enjoy. $594 just from the Reap, and that's before the Spine Chief gets to do his thing. Poor Fel. Gain energy, but to what end? I have nothing to spend it on. No buffs to double either. I think this is another skip. We're going to take more card draw per turn. That's going to let us get set up easier and faster and more powerfully. And we are going... Guess to the Merchant of Steel? No, we'll look at the Merchant of Trinkets. I can maybe buy one of 3 artifacts with my cost reduction. Although then I don't get to choose one or 2, doesn't matter. Looking at 3 and maybe buying one is still better. Ooh, Mind Horde. Increase the capacity for charged echoes by 1 on each floor. That's not bad. 3rd upgrade slot for spells could also be a thing. Oh. Oh, I think we're going places. I've got holdover... Holdover perils? That's right. Now it's holdover spell chain perils. Good. Very good. I'm the Melting Stygian or Umbra consumable card. What's the Stygian? Worthless. Could buy the relic, make it intrinsic? That's true. Give me that multi-strike. Probably just take the Mind Horde here. And off we go. Armor 20 should be no problem, given the heights of power we have available to us now. I have no fear whatsoever. This works out, right? Yes. Do it in the following order. Oh, nice. Harvest. Actually, that was slightly wrong order. It's okay. There we go. The flies are in. Some echoes on this floor too. Might as well max out the lower floors. It's like 70... Well, he'll live, barely. It's a lot of enemy damage, though. Gotta be careful here. Have some lifesteal, sir. So currently, Perils is in the discard. I'm allowed to play Ambient Charge. Good. The stats. So every turn we start with 0 energy now because we have so much Ember Drain stacked on the Spine Chief. Ember Drain 7. Lose 7 Ember at the start of the turn. But we can always play Perils of Production, which gives us 3 Ember, and then creates a new Perils of Production, which gives us 2 more. So we have 5 Ember per turn, at minimum. Get rid of this card. Yeah, lifesteal for the champ has worked out beautifully. Can't say it was my pick. We just started with them. It's worked out really well, though. Spine Chief is such a good champion. He's got such good base stats. He do be big, though. Yeah, 3 capacity is certainly a downside. I will begrudgingly admit this. No cards in the discard pile, so the holdover card is potentially drawn with Ambient Charge. I don't want to do that right now. Got 100 attack on these flies. Get rid of this card, I guess. Now we're down to very little at this point. We've kind of burned our own deck to ash in order to gain ultimate power. There's our boss. I'm gonna go up to speed 3, by the way. As once I get the second Keeper of Echoes in play, it's gonna get even sillier with the amount of things that are happening per card that I try to play. It's just getting chunked. Dead. That'll teach him. GG. Dang. Ooh, dazed. Or apply more reap. Got lifesteal. I don't need the daze. Let's add more reap. More damage over time. Oh no, no. Okay. We duping. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. These are both pretty bad. Just want to purge the Shade Splitters in the first place. And we're duping you. Strike, but I have no upgrade slots, so there's nothing to do. Alright, no more morsel nonsense. Those are all gone. And we are set for the final battles here. Seraph the Patient is going to make attacks every combat round. He's a bit of a jerk. But I suspect we can deal with him. Revenge apply frostbite. Cool. Put him in front. You might be thinking of a different version of Seraph Ripnator. There's no corruption cards from Seraph the Patient. Oh yeah, he actually won't get to do anything, but Seraph will attack him, so that's fine. And now, +2/+2 on the whole floor, with double Keeper of Echoes. Every time we gain an echo. Periods. It's pretty hype. Oh, these go to the discard pile so I can fetch them? That's cute. Alright, Seraph takes 735 damage this turn. Good for him. Let's go here. Guess we don't need the lifesteal as much if we're facing dazed opponents up top. Oddly hard to target the Spine Chief with this. Not ready for this yet. I think Goldions just keep hurting Seraph with the Reap. $803 damage. Have fun. Welcome to die. Not where we're supposed to put Reap on. Doesn't matter though. And how about this? That's right. GG, sir. $840. from that bogfly. GG. I think we do go for top against Last Divinity here. Just taking damage from the sweep to all of our units is probably easier to manage than having to deal with everything else. That's my guess, anyway. Interesting. Cruel Folding of Time. Only does 11 damage to the entire floor, after all. That's easy. It's easy to mitigate. And we got a sweeper. How nice. Oh yeah, I can't play this yet. Here goes. Ooh, I did get some perils. That's awkward, but not the worst thing in the world. Because the lifesteal's not important in this fight anyway, actually. Yeah, that's not the worst thing in the world. So much happening. Okay, here's second Keeper of Echoes and our Bogfly. Perfect. You must live, my children. Alright, we're doing that much damage already. It's a very good sign. Now we've got 10 very difficult waves, very tanky enemies to try to chunk through here. Good luck to us. Almost want to Immortal Trade the Fly. Yes, losing that holdover is losing a lot of plus stats each turn. That is unfortunately true. I think we're going to be okay. So why am I not playing this Force Contamination? I guess we are, it is reusable, huh? Because it lowers my echoes, is the current answer. Bogfly is healthy. But yeah, we can totally use it. Like here, for example. Get some more Inspire, do some bonus damage. It does give us that sweet, sweet scaling. would I like to destroy? These are all fun. The stats. These three fractures also, that brings us down to basically nothing. That's okay, because we have the stats. I don't think it matters much anymore. Oh yeah, this TLD is super dead before Relentless arrives. Just super dead. Might even be dead this turn. Have some times 6 damage. Oh, not quite. Minus 14 hundo. Still, that's going to be plenty at GG. The wall of meat gets there. Delicious. Fortunately, I am unable to prevent this 1 point of damage. Truly tragic. GG, everyone. That's one dead divinity. GG. Didn't even need the holdover perils, although that would have made it even sillier somehow. 5 points from money. Good stuff. GG. GG, everybody. I think I'll end things on a high note and say that's going to be it for the show today. Much appreciate you all tuning in, hanging out with me for some deck building action. We will be back tomorrow with some more Spire. Hopefully get an actual Watcher success. Maybe some more boss swap runs beyond that as well. And then, of course, streams on... today's Thursday? So we got Friday and Saturday streams still this week. 2 more streams. Thanks for tuning in and watching Ave Machina. Twitch Tarek, Ivy Blade, Fayley, Ripnator, Mad Goji, Shayland, Mr. Baconudo, and everybody else. Thanks so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. I'll see y'all next time. Toodaloo. That's right, Chrono Trigger finale on Saturday, or at least anticipated finale. We'll be squaring down against Lavos and tackling the final dungeon. Should be fun. All right, folks, night-night. And toodaloo. Till then, see ya.